Of the thing when I was popping out the chat. So
Okay. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and I am in the left-hand seat on this little arrangement here, which is the open chat, coming to you every Tuesday, 7 p.m. at Eastern Time Zone, and things like that. And we have with us, as we often do, most of the time, almost all the time do, my co-pilot, my right hand, the person without whom I don't think I could do a show alone anymore. The one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, dear?
I'm all right. I'm in a mood. You?
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yes, moods are interesting things to be in. You were mentioning that a little earlier, just before we went on air, and well, you know, what the heck. And we also have behind Kate in the in the navigator's seat our chief engineer, Mom Nato. Hello, dear.
Hello. Hi.
Did you make a decision? Did you decide super pie?
I just decided on the pot pie.
Okay.
Popped it in my microwave. It'll nuke for 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and then it'll be done.
Oh, yummy,
I
yummy.
had a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios before the show started.
Well,
Of
of course, the food is why I'm not on camera tonight.
Okay, then. I'm trying to remember where it was that I very recently saw the thing written where you complain about your Honey Nut Cheerios. When I was young, we only had one flavor, paper.
Yep.
Cheerio, regular old Cheerios are so nasty.
Yes, they
Oh,
are.
that's
Oh my
all
word.
they had when I was growing up until I was like, what, 10 or 12? I think it was.
I do not remember when the first flavors came
When
out.
did Honey Nut Cheerios come out? Well, we'll look that up.
Yeah, we can always
I've
do
just
that.
been going to the store and buying huge family-sized boxes so I don't have to keep going out.
I know that feeling. Now, when you
But
start
well,
buying them,
I wouldn't do that ordinarily. It's just because of the stupid plague that I do it now. And the thing is, like, I got to keep trying different flavors because, man, it'll get old after a while if I don't. Like different
Okay.
brands, different types of cereal. So now I'm on Honey Nut Cheerios, where before I think it was Captain Crunch. I don't know. No, I haven't done Captain Crunch yet. It was something else. But still.
God, I haven't
Yeah.
had Captain Crunch in decades, literally.
Cinnamon
Oh,
Nut
it's funny. I saw
Cheerios.
a meme on Facebook, like I want to say yesterday, where it was all of the different cereal mascots and whether or not I could kick their ass. And
Oh,
Captain
man.
Crunch was way over to the side of he would totally own me. And I was like, really? He's about 3 feet tall. You wouldn't just kick his ass, you'd drop kick his ass. There's no way Captain Crunch, I mean, unless he had a ship and a cannon, you will not lose in a hand-to-hand confrontation with Captain Crunch. Not going to happen.
You know, this is the interesting thing. I remember some of the old Captain Crunch commercials, and you could never, ever air them again. There was one I remember when he was in the middle of a jungle. He's in a pot being stewed, and native guys dancing around, ahoy otoyo, ahoy oto, and it starts with, Captain's there's ahoy otoyo, Captain Crunch here, and today I'm guest of honor at a big native banquet. And one of the guys, but only for a little while. Yeah, true. And boy, you can never do that anymore. Never,
No.
ever. And I
No.
just did. I'm going to get pulled for it. You know what the hell?
That would definitely be considered extraordinarily offensive these days.
Yes.
You'd have SJWs climbing right up your bum.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
my, oh,
cinnamon
my.
Cheerios, cinnamon nut Cheerios, whatever you want to call it, came out in 1976, and Honey Nut Cheerios came out in 1979.
Okay. Okay.
Up
That would be
until
about
76, you had the bland paper, crappy flavor.
How can anyone eat those?
with tons
It's
and
when
tons
it's
of
all
sugar.
you have, you eat what you have.
Well, no,
Yeah,
you
but
take
I'm
the
sure
sugar
there
bowl
were
and you
other
just
cereals of a
upend it.
comparable price that you could go and get that would be tastier. I'm sure those must have existed
Cheerios was cheap.
Yeah, it
Well,
was.
It
for
was,
a reason, apparently.
yeah,
Is it my
it was
imagination?
easy to make, and cheap to buy, and you could get it in bulk.
Yeah, is it my imagination, or as I look back, you have the what were at the time considered the exotic flavored cereals, like the honey nut and all this other stuff, were at whatever price they were at, and then as the years have gone by, that price has not changed very much at all. If it was $1.69 a box back then, it's $1.69 a box now, whereas the paper flavored stuff is relatively cheaper as the years go by. So, is it that the flavors were
know.
extremely, extremely, extremely expensive back in
Oh
1975?
yes,
And when I say extreme,
Yeah.
I mean inordinately. Yeah.
right. Back then, it was still 3 something a box, but back then 3 something a box was, oh my
Oh God, that
god.
could buy you an entire bread truck.
Yeah,
I mean,
Just
if you were going to
about.
buy a loaf of bread, how the hell much was a loaf of bread in 1972? I mean,
Oh, it was
seriously.
probably like 35 cents or some
I
shit.
don't even. Let's find out.
I mean,
Yeah, there we
it's,
go. This is digging back into my. I think I can remember when you could get a can of corn for 18 cents or some shit like that.
1976. Let's see. Okay, come on. They were 20-ounce loaves of white bread were $1. Blue
Really?
bonnet margarine
Really?
cost was
that
39.
sounds so.
Yeah.
I swear
Oh, no,
bread was
three-
under $1 when I was a
three-
kid.
3 20-ounce loaves of
Oh, well, there
white
you
bread
go.
is $1.
Oh,
A
okay. So they were about
1 pound
35 cents a
package-
loaf.
Yeah, a 1 pound package of Blue Bonnet margarine was 39 cents, and chicken breasts were 89 cents a pound.
Oh, for
Oh,
the
you
love
know,
of Saint
I
Bernard.
went to the supermarket the other day and I wanted to get that usual bag of like frozen chicken bits I usually get.
Okay.
And they were out of it. I actually ended up having to buy fresh chicken. And I'm like, I like the frozen stuff just because it's like easier, it's not gonna spoil on me right away. Where the fresh stuff, sure, I could freeze it, but it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's just like the stuff I usually buy is pre-cooked, so
Oh,
I
okay.
so it's really easy to add it to a meal, but
Right.
fresh chicken that's been frozen but not cooked yet, forget about it.
Yeah. 'cause
What do
you
they
have to go
want
through
for a
the
pound of
cooking
that
process.
stuff?
What?
What do the stores want for a pound of that stuff? That chicken that hasn't been cooked yet. The fresh.
Oh, it wasn't that expensive. It was like, well, I don't know if it was a pound. I don't know how much I bought, but it was like $3-4 for like 2 or 3 meals worth.
Okay, because there's been a spike in the price of chicken if you can get it across the highway. Oh my word, the whole rack is just. I'm gonna have to take a picture of it someday. It's just completely empty. Everything else
Wow.
is reasonably well filled. There's no chicken to be found. You know, with that
Why?
whole thing about killing off the chickies because nobody will process them or can process them or anything like that. But
What?
the price tags that are still there are something like $2.50 a pound, where prior to the what's
Why
the
aren't
word?
they processing the chickens?
It's something about the health risks and everything,
Oh,
virus
I guess
transmission and
because
stuff.
of handling
Yeah,
too many people in.
something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
That doesn't
I'm
make a lot of sense because a friend of mine who sent me a bunch of masks, well, 2 masks, N95 masks, he wears those at work. He plundered the ones he sent me from work. And they wear those all the time in the meatpacking plant where he works. So I'm
Right.
like, it makes sense that it's fine to work in those places, at least
Yeah,
as fine as anywhere can be.
right. Meat packing plants and stuff like that. They should be wearing face masks anyway.
right, right. You don't
So
want to
why
breathe
would
on the
they
food,
not?
and yeah, definitely,
Right. So
yeah.
why would they not be safe to process if they're already? Which means that whoever's processing the meat for the chickens is not wearing masks.
Either that, or I mean, given even the masks and everything else, can you imagine what the food we're taking home from the grocery is infected
Yeah.
with anyway?
Well,
Never
The
mind
thing
the
is, though,
emergency.
I mean, like I don't know why you're having such a hard time getting chicken there because like the freezers were full here.
Okay, now the pre-bagged and frozen stuff, you could get that at the local Squall Mart,
Mm-mm.
but you could
This
not
was
get.
fresh.
Okay, yeah, the fresh chicken, it's just not there. Next time I go, I was gonna go today, and I didn't awaken until something like 1,500 hours. So screw that. Tomorrow, no, tomorrow I have to stay home because I'm expecting hardware. So maybe Thursday when I go shopping for some more
Oh,
stuff. I'll take a
okay.
camera with
Do you
me.
remember?
well, go on. I thought you were done.
No, Thursday I'll take a camera with me. I need cat litter and I need a couple other things. I'll see what the chicken case looks like, and if it looks anything like it did the last time I was there, I'll snap a picture of it and show it. Yeah, it's like empty, zero, zilch,
I-
nada.
You were talking about deliveries just a second
Yes,
ago,
yes.
and I know you know this from Twitter, but people watching might not. I actually got those candy canes, those flavored candy canes we were
I
talking
saw
about.
the face you were making when you were trying that bacon candy cane.
What?
Bacon, mac and cheese, and
God.
pizza.
Oh
Now,
my God.
I don't know what the bacon ones taste. They taste like something, but they don't taste like bacon.
Candy cane.
They kind of taste a little bit like just generic ham rather than bacon.
Ugh.
But the mac and cheese tastes like butter. That's all it tastes like butter. It doesn't taste like
biting
mac
into a
and
stick of
cheese.
butter.
Why
Yes.
in the
Oh.
hell
Yes,
Ow,
it tastes
ow.
that's it. But butter
Ow.
that's gone just ever so slightly weird. Not off, not spoiled. It's just weird.
Okay,
Butter,
okay.
did you
right?
learn-
Now the pizza ones don't taste like pizza at all. What they taste like is pepper and oregano. That's all they taste like.
Oh, jeez, man. I don't know.
Where did
My
you
mouth would be sitting there. What the
go?
hell is this in here?
How did you find those?
I got them online. That's why talking about deliveries made me think of it, is because I had them delivered yesterday, but the delivery dude didn't put them in the right spot. So it took me forever to find them. It was really frustrating, but whatevs.
Yeah. Well, there's the whole thing about the deliveries today. I got the scare of my entire life. I've mentioned it more than once that I'm setting up for a dual monitor system here. I got the vid cards in today, double-headed vid cards, so you can run 2 monitors off 1 card and everything else like this. I was getting no information about when it was going to arrive, no information, and then suddenly this morning I'm sorry, not this morning, yesterday morning at 9 a.m. It showed up, and I didn't see anything on the door or anything indicating it was in. I'm like, oh no, they're telling me it's delivered, and I'm not saying it. Did somebody steal it and all this other bullshit? Strangely enough, it seems that the FedEx guy was able to get in and stick the box atop that whole mailbox rack that we have. It's a rack of 16 mailboxes with the little locked doors on them, and you reach in and, oh, look, it's a bill. Get this out of here. So it surprised me because nobody had been able to get in like that previously. So I don't know if the landlord has been nice enough to distribute. I know the postman, he only rings twice, by the way, has a key, and he can get into a little box that's bolted to the wall and then get the key for the door out, and then he'll go downstairs and load up the mailbox, and then he'll leave. Maybe FedEx and UPS have that key now. That would be nice. That means they could leave stuff by the mailboxes and, not deliver it to me. And it would be nice to know, if that would happen. I'd like that a lot. I still have all kinds of stuff coming in, but yeah, this is about $200 worth of stuff here. Oh God.
Okay.
And then
We now have proof that some parents need to spank their children more. Or, well, maybe not spank their children, but at least.
set them on fire.
No, a trooper is shown speaking to a 5-year-old boy who was pulled over on I-15
Oh, that
in
one!
Ogden on May 4th, 2020, in a photograph altered by the Highway Patrol in Utah because he wanted to go to California and purchase his own Lamborghini because his mom refused to buy it for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's 5 years old driving his parents' car.
When I was 5 years old, I could barely reach the pedals and see over their steering wheel, okay?
Exactly. Well, he's lucky he didn't cause a crash because they said that he was drifting in and out of his lane, braking erratically, and switching lanes without a turn signal.
So wait a minute.
Was he on the highway?
Yeah, he was on Highway
Crazy.
Interstate 15.
Now,
I'm surprised he
here's the
got
thing.
that far.
Is he lucky that he didn't cause any accidents or injuries or deaths or anything? Or are his parents lucky? Or are they both lucky
Both.
that didn't happen?
Both.
I think it's the people he might have hit who were the lucky ones.
Well, that too, yeah. Oh, my word.
Although, I'll be honest, I'm not sure that kid's lucky at all because now he's grounded until he graduates high school.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No, were that my kid, I'd have killed the kid by now. He'd be grounded until he was like 43. I mean, literally. Yeah. It amazes me, though, that from what I've read and the way you've described it, it sounded like the kid was totally nonchalant about the whole thing. It's like, Mom wouldn't get me a Lamborghini, so I'm going to go get one. And it's just like, this is what this is what kids do. And I'm thinking, where did the kid get this idea? I don't know. What TV shows has he been watching?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds kind of like the height of privilege in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mom won't buy me a Lamborghini, so I stole the car to go buy one of my. It's like, and what did the kid think was going to happen? He gets wherever he's going, and then he gets a Lamborghini. How?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're not going to tell the kid that he's too young to sign a contract. Yeah.
Really?
Oh my!
Not to mention he can't afford to get the insurance.
Oh man, I have to wonder on your basic Lamborghini, like whatever the fuck a basic Lamborghini is, I don't know. But when you have one, what does a month's insurance for that thing cost?
Yeah, because oh man, just. Oh, I don't know if I would want to be that kid's parents.
Oh man,
because you got to know that they're probably facing child endangerment charges now.
At the very least.
At the very least, because that kid should not have had access to the keys.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What were the parents doing that they didn't notice their kid took their car?
Yeah.
I seem to remember there was a similar incident once where the parents weren't home. The kid was with a babysitter.
Mm.
Oh, okay, okay.
But still, I mean,
Well,
wow.
I mean, okay, if your kid's rambunctious, then you keep the keys somewhere the kid can't find them.
Hmm.
But in what I would consider a normal household, a reasonably assembled household, the keys are where the adults can easily reach them, and of course the kid can
Right.
easily reach them at the same time. But the kid knows if I
Mm.
reach for those keys, I
Right.
would well wish to be dead rather than what would happen to me. Yeah.
Well, I know my mom always kept her keys in her purse,
Okay. Okay.
but her purse was always where she could see it or up on a counter where it was out of reach.
Okay then.
And we knew better than if we were caught getting in her purse, we were going to get in trouble.
Okay then.
Serious trouble.
Yes.
Unless she told us, get in my purse and get this.
Yeah, because she doesn't want you finding her membership card to the local swingers club or anything like that, right?
Right. Yeah.
I was going to go a little filthier than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
The little pocket
But, I
sized
mean-
dildo.
Yeah, well, my mom has one of those actually.
Okay. A little
Um,
larger than
but
the
she
ace,
al-
double A cell
but
that
she
powers
also
it, right?
used to keep knives in her purse because she had box knives for working at the post office.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay.
So she didn't want us to get hurt getting in her purse for whatever reason, or you know, just yeah. Um, Plus, a lot of parents, if your kid's that privileged that he thinks he can steal the car to go buy a Lamborghini because mom said no, that kid's filching money out of her wallet.
Oh
Left
shit!
and
Yes.
right.
Wait a minute, though. The kid was what, 5?
Fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. Most of the 5-year-olds I've known were not that intelligent, frankly, to know that that's the thing they could do.
Most 5-year-olds don't steal their parents' car to go to drive it to California either.
I
Right,
have to
but my
wonder.
point being, though, is that there's plenty of kids out there where they get this wild notion into their heads, and the logical conclusions you might draw from those notions
Yeah.
wouldn't occur to the kid.
Maybe.
I do have to wonder though, if not mentioned in the article was the No Limit American Express card found on the kid. One of those deals. Stolen
really?
from the parents.
Makes you
'Cause
wonder how he thought he was going to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, when I was 5 years old, I understood the concept of paying for something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not the kid understands the concept of paying or understands how much you have to pay, I don't. Maybe the kid understands the concept of paying for whatever, but he thinks that a Lamborghini costs like $19.50. I don't know, and that's $19.50 for those of you who haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know. I don't know the mentality of the kids now in 2020. What I know was the mentality of the kids in 1960 because I was one of those. Yeah. Oh, Shadow Kitty says the kid had $3 on him.
Well, that'll be enough for a Lamborghini.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So, speaking of kids, there was I'm not sure I can call it an incident exactly, but something happened here at my building that
my.
had me going, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
And when
See,
you do that,
For starters, okay, there's like a small courtyard, a square courtyard, in the fenced in area of my building, and there's like a barbecue grill down there and some tables and some chairs and stuff. And a bunch of people decided, hey, I know, let's have a barbecue. in the middle of the pandemic with no masks in sight and absolutely no social distancing whatsoever.
Oh,
We're just
boy.
gonna fire up the old barbecue. And, I figured, well, okay, fine, if they want to be idiots, and maybe they're all just friends, like the same friend, maybe they all live in the same apartment, it'll be fine. But then my immediately downstairs neighbors were out there with their 4-month-old.
Oops.
And at that point, I was like, it's probably overkill to call Child Protective Services, but I kind of wanna.
Yeah, yeah. Because you could conceivably be exposing that kid to all sorts of nasty biological agents.
Yeah, and so I would not. I don't know. It made me think these people are dumb, which is weird because I've met them and they're young but not dumb, if you see the difference.
Yes, yes.
So I don't know. I just thought it was bizarre that they decided to do this.
I mean, I would so dearly love to do a backyard, whatever it is, but yeah, there'd still have to be the masks and shit out. Well, even in this set of buildings, we have the two buildings here. When I last went to Squall Mart for some food, some of the neighbors were outside sitting around and talking, and they were actually wearing the masks. They had the protective equipment and everything else, and I'm thinking, wow. Okay, when I
Wow.
moved into this neighborhood, I increased the average IQ by 15 points. Okay, so yeah, if even these people know enough to mask their faces and everything else like that, I have to wonder about the kids, yeah, doing their little barbecue in the middle of the horseshoe or whatever that is, and no mask on anything with a 4-year-old and or 4-month-old.
No,
Sorry
no,
about
no, no.
that.
Yes, if it was a 4-year-old, that might have been different, but no,
Yeah,
4 months.
4-month-old.
Months.
Oh my God.
Got the order of
Well,
magnitude a
they
little
got
bit wrong there.
They've got another strain of coronavirus coming out that's more infectious, more contagious.
That figures.
It's fine. The way you said it, they have a like coronavirus coming out. Like, yes, it's going to be released on May 3rd. It'll cost $30.
New
Yes,
flavor.
May the fourth coronavirus be with you.
Más flavor.
Well, of course, today is Revenge of the 5th.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh my goodness. Revenge of the Fifth.
Yes, may the 4th be with you, and then Revenge of the 5th. It's a thing.
Yeah. Hot. Ooh, hot.
Yes, I suppose I am.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, Kate. I'm not interested in eating you.
Okay.
My pot
I'm
pie
just
tastes
gonna.
tasty enough.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Oh my, oh my, oh my. How we doing over on the side there? Okay,
Why
we
is
got.
there always a major?
Go on.
Do I hear a tornado?
Yeah, she was trying to ask a question about major pandemics every 20 years.
Pandemics?
Like that.
Every 100 years.
Oh, there's a major pandemic every 100 years.
Every
thereabouts.
20th year of the next every 20th year of a century. Like
Every 20th year of a century. Hey, will you feed
Do
and
you
water
have
the
the
beast?
statistics on that?
Go on.
The thing is, though, is like people don't fucking learn from last time, do they?
No, they don't, because there was a second spike in 1918 when restrictions were relaxed and people started getting out and around and everything else.
That's like-
yeah.
Well, there's that meme that keeps going around on Facebook where they point like, oh, the virus is trailing off. We can go outside again, is like saying, oh, the parachute has slowed me down. I can take it off now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it is. And
mean,
that's why I tell my mother, people are crazy to be going out and acting like everything's over with because it's not.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people on the Twitter talking about how they can hardly wait until July or whatever it is when the restrictions are going to be lifted, and then they can get out and do all these the things they normally would have done and everything. And I'm thinking, you got to be kidding me! This whole thing is not going to be over until sometime next year. And no, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Say again.
Thank you, sweetheart.
You're welcome.
Said it depends whether we get a good vaccine or not.
Yeah, if we delay in getting the vaccine, if we don't get the vaccine for a while, it could be going until 2023. Yeah.
No, I mean, no. I mean the other way. It could be sooner if we get a vaccine.
I could only wish. I could only hope.
Yeah. Well,
What I wanna
they're
know,
starting
and I've seen
human
this-
trials in the UK for a possible vaccine.
Well, I've seen this.
But-
I've seen it in print already, and for those of us living in the U.S., which should be the first thing on our minds, when the vaccine comes out, and I'm assuming that there eventually will be a vaccine, will 3/4 of the population not be able to get it because they can't afford it?
That's right.
Well, that's one way I feel like I'm lucky is, I have my pretty good state health insurance,
Yes, you
which
do.
is lovely.
Oh my word, you do.
But I doubt it's going to be something you'll have to pay for. You know, you can just get free flu shots, right?
Right. I get them every year. Yeah.
Well,
When you're out of reach.
well,
Say again,
okay,
hon?
but I mean, you can just go to the drugstore and say, flu shot me, and they will. So I'm thinking that you may not even have to pay for the vaccine at all.
We'll find out. We can
Well,
only hope.
that's why I say may.
The difference I can see is, would the pharmaceutical companies or whoever it is that's developing this corona vaccine want to charge off the R&D when they're putting the vaccine out there, unlike the flu vaccines, which are essentially mechanized at this point. And, if you are a geneticist, there's a reasonable chance that you know pretty much what the flu virus is going to look like 2 years from now, how it will have mutated between now and then. And you can just whip up the machinery. Okay, I'll just this knob and that button over there, and punch it all out for next to no cost. Whereas with the corona, you're researching everything and spending a lot of money trying to figure out what the thing looks like, how it behaves, how to raise antibodies against it, that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if whoever it is involved in doing this is going to say, "Well, we want our R&D money," and the government's
here's
going
the
to say,
thing,
"We're not giving it to you."
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the answer to that is no, they can't have it. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, let's not assume that the people coming up with the vaccine will be from the US. So there's that. But
yeah,
number
okay.
two, I seem to remember there was some sort of government appropriation that can be done in times of emergencies.
Yep.
And so I very strongly suspect that if someone comes up with a vaccine, the government can step in and say, okay, give it to us, and it's ours now. Thank you. They might have to end up paying the people who invented it something, but not necessarily. Of course, this assumes that our government is being in any way rational, and Trump
Right.
I'll be over
my
there.
pharmaceutical buddies, you're going to have to pay them. Too bad, so sad. Do it, Congress, or I'll fire you all or something.
This is
And
the guy
Greg's got a point.
who fired the pandemic response teams.
Yeah, Greg's got a point. He says producing 7 billion units will be a bit problematic. Yeah, there's that whole thing about scale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just watch. The rich will get it first, of course.
Of course, yes. Well, here's what I wouldn't mind is, you trial the vaccine on them and see what happens. And then when they grow 3 heads, it's like, okay, we've still got some work to do.
Well, I mean, they have been moving. There was this thing that was working on macaque monkeys. It wasn't a vaccine. It was more like a cure. where they were seeing significantly less damage. And they decided, well, this seems to be working on the monkeys. Let's rush it through to human trials, even though it's definitely not ready under normal like conditions, the way that we would ordinarily be doing this, but we need it now.
Uh-huh.
So they're rushing it to human trial. But I mean, they did it on like 8 or 13 monkeys or something. That's not nearly enough testing. But they asked for volunteers, and people were like, hell yeah, give it to me.
Let's find out and see if it works. And,
I'll tell you, I'll be
like,
honest.
it's got to be better than dying.
yeah.
I'll be honest. I'd go ahead and volunteer to be in a trial because, okay, let's get serious about this. My run is coming to a close, so it's not that I'd be losing that much. The only thing I'd worry about is if I'd have to suffer extraordinarily on my way to death or whatever, or suffer and be screwed up and not die. But small price
Well,
to pay.
the ship has already sailed on the screwed up part,
Oh,
so
okay.
there's that. But also, I mean, you're already dealing with us, so you're clearly suffering from something.
Some form of insanity.
So I mean, how much worse could it possibly be?
Okay, then. If anybody's suffering, you guys are suffering by putting up with me. It's really. I've
No,
always been the
no.
odd one out.
You forget, I suffer daily. It's called
Yes, you do.
tornado.
You do. Everybody over in the chat. Have a collective awe for Mom NATO for God, the shit she has to put up with. Yes, Tornado, we love you.
He's not listening.
Of
He's
course
probably out punching the cobra. And if he was listening, he'd be in there right now going, hey! So we know.
Yeah.
There you go. We know him
Well.
already. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Oh, Borsha, boy.
He complains every time we say that. Am I ever going to get it? Be let?
No, it's
No.
never going to be dropped, honey.
No, it will
Never gonna be dropped.
ever be lived down. Nuh-uh,
No,
not going to
he's
happen.
never going to live that down.
Oh, my, oh, my.
Mm.
That's just the way
I
we
love
are.
my kid, but he left himself wide open for that one.
So wide open, even you walked in.
Oh, yeah. I died when I heard it.
What?
Beth is doing a side job for cash tomorrow. Yay!
What? A side job?
Yeah,
Like what?
It's sort of like a Christian side hug, only dirty. Yeah.
Oy.
Ooh.
Yes, I see we all still remember what those are.
I still remember that horrific song
Yes,
they sang.
yes, that one. That's what I was thinking of. Oh my God, that was horrible. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
And, it's so hard to imagine being that uptight.
Yeah.
It's strange to me that people are like that.
I don't know.
Cat, if you jump on my desk, I will smack you and send you flying.
How did you
You
begin
do
that?
not get to eat my chicken.
Oh, is somebody trying to steal a piece of your chicken?
Okay, I have a corner desk, which has top shelves.
Okay, fine.
When I sit down, they're above my head. And he is perched on one of the tops of the desk, and he's leaning over as far as he can without falling off, and his little nose is twitching and sniffing and twitching and sniffing. And he's like, if Mom gets up, I'm going to go steal some of that.
Sounds familiar. The only thing I don't have is the shelves above the desk. I'm kind of happy I don't have that, to be honest, because were I to have that shelf arrangement, yes, Sylvia would be up there. Like, you remember when Charles Schultz was drawing Snoopy like a vulture?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd be doing one of those, with the hunched
Oh,
over.
he
and-
is most definitely being vulture.
So, was anyone else ever kind of disturbed by the fact that when Snoopy would like fly his doghouse like a plane, or when he was just lying down on it, he was essentially sitting on a corner at the top of that peaked roof. And I
Yes.
had some people say, well, maybe the roof is flat. No, he's drawn it from perspective. Snoopy is basically giving himself a roof wedgie.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
And that always bothered me, even when I was really
Yes.
little.
Oh,
I actually
my
asked
word.
my mom one time, Mom, does that hurt Snoopy?
And she looked at you. Shut up.
Well, she's like, does what hurt Snoopy? Well,
He's got
his
this
doghouse is
ridge
crammed
pole
up his butt.
house.
I was like 8 years old, so I knew. I was like, he's got his doghouse crammed up his butt. Oh, I got in so much trouble for that one.
Oh,
Really? You got in trouble for that?
Why would you get?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Wait, your mom was weird. Yes, that's right.
My mom was uber super conservative Christian when I was growing up. She's mellowed out a lot,
That's good to hear. It really is.
but she could still stand to mellow out a fuck ton more.
Oh God.
See, no, I mean, obviously my parents are not religious. They don't have that whole like bring you up as a good Christian girl and all of
Lucky
that stuff
you.
going on. But my mom is culturally Jewish. And so she is inclined to make drama out of everything.
Okay.
Oh, so she's the drama llama of the household.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a reason I'm much more of a daddy's girl than anything else. Because my dad is super laid back, where my mom, like it doesn't even matter. I could have the tiniest thing in my world go even slightly sideways. The next thing you know, my mom's like, "Oh my gosh, are you okay? Did everything? Did anyone get hurt?" And this and that, and I'm like, "Mom, for crying out loud, it was no big deal. Shut up."
Oh my God, I had a splinter ma.
I know.
Sure.
In a way, though, I suppose, what is it? Sort of being of two minds. You could, if you really wanted, be thankful that she's concerned for your health and safety and all this other shit. And then the other side of it is, oh my God, will you just leave it alone?
No, because it's all about her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she
Okay.
likes the drama.
It's the, oh my God, am I going to need to come down and help you?
No, it's not even that though. It's
Oh.
the it's just the I want to make a scene.
Ah,
Moo.
bunghole
My
braggery.
mom loves making a scene.
Uh-huh.
She'll never admit it, by the way, but she
Mhm.
loves it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we never had
I
that
have
sort of
things
thing
to say
going
about
on.
mothers, but
Well, I love my mom, but there are days I absolutely hate my mother. Well, not hate her, hate so much her reaction to shit.
I wish
I hate what she does versus her.
I wish I had had a mother to love.
Mm.
That thing, whatever it was definitely not a mother.
Well, I love my kid. I do. I love my kid with all
I
my
don't
heart
doubt
and
you.
soul.
Yeah.
But I would never wish him on anybody else.
yeah.
I'll suffer here. I'll suffer here alone. It's just fine.
Well, hey, I have been suffering alone with him since he was 3. So
That's
yeah.
a while.
I
Yes.
couldn't help noticing on the last movie night a certain amount of exasperation from some people. Like when he was
because I
doing
wasn't there.
well, I don't know about that part. It was just the when he was trying to do that what was it, Wheel of Stupidity or whatever the fuck he calls it, Wheel of Misfortune. Somebody, and I'm not naming any names, decided to start singing it for him beforehand and singing it over him just to kind of mess with him. And I was like, I kind of wish I'd been the one to do that.
Well,
I don't know. In a way, it is his trademark, and in a way, it's childish. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
look
I
at
mean,
me
it's
for
not even
Christ's
that
sake.
necessarily.
I'm not the perfect whatever.
I just like if
Well, it's a quiet way for him to contribute.
Hmm. Well, I think the one thing that, if anything, gets on my nerves on movie night is whenever someone's wrong, and he always does the, gee, it's almost as if, fill in fact. That part always sets my teeth on edge, maybe because he does it every single time he makes a point.
Well, yeah.
If he could do it
It's-
once or twice tops per movie night,
Yeah.
I'd be a lot happier.
Well, he picked that up from Sean.
Sean.
Oh,
Who's Sean?
The Voice.
Yeah.
Not helping. Who's Sean?
Hufford.
He's JC's paramour.
Boyfriend, whatever.
He's the one who was Sai's friend, and
Right.
yeah, he was part of the impetus for extending the life of Silent Strike Force and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems to be okay. I don't know. Well, Seraphim, not exactly. He's old enough. He's old enough to know better, but not old enough to take it to heart.
Okay. Let me explain. Tornado is mentally probably between 15 and 16. His physical age is 23, but he's got what's called, he's autistic with Asperger's syndrome, but he's also got what's called conduct disorder, which means that his emotions are skewed compared to what most normal people, when they get upset, they're like, oh, God, I'm so furious.
Mm-hmm.
And they deal with it. With him, it's a huge explosion.
Yeah,
where it's out of proportion for what's actually happening.
I'm trying to not be terrible when I say that. I'd love to know how his brain is wired, because
Okay.
that would be a fascinating experience on how that whole system works.
Yeah. Well, give him a piece of music that he likes, and he will listen to it and pick it out on a keyboard. And he will continue to pick it out and pick it out and pick it out until he gets it right and doesn't need sheet music for it.
Well, an idiot savant will do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's halfway there.
He's got, the last time they did an IQ test on him, they could only measure him to a certain point because he could not sit still any longer.
Okay, fine.
So they measured him at 129 before he got up and walked off.
Yeah,
so
no,
they
he
have
is
no
not
true
stupid.
accurate.
No, he is not stupid
No,
at all.
he is. Well, 130 allows you to enter Mensa.
Yes.
Really?
So-
Last I heard it was 134.
Unless they've changed it
Well,
recently.
it's in that neighborhood. You
yeah.
got, say,
So-
one standard deviation is 15 points. So, you're off by much less than a standard deviation.
Yeah.
If you say 130, 134 or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Before he went into school, before you enter kindergarten, they do a approximate measurement of your IQ. He was 136 at 4. And the thing is, what you have to remember is every single male, no matter who they are, loses IQ points when they hit puberty. It is a proven fact that their IQ drops.
Yeah, I get, what is it? Testosterone burns up brain cells
Yes.
or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, I thought.
So he is extremely smart, but I say my way of phrasing it is he has the social skills of a cockroach.
Yes, you are.
Because,
Absolutely correct.
well, and the reason I say it that way is because, to give you an idea, my mom used to rent mobile homes on a farm that they lived on. and we lived in one of the mobile homes, and he would think nothing of it of going up to one of the mobile homes, knock a little bit, and then open the door and say,
Yeah.
"Hi, can I come in?" And,
He's
and
already in when he's saying this.
yes, exactly. So, and this is when he was in his teens, so it's not like it's not something that's normal, and he has no concept of personal space.
Yeah.
He likes everybody for the most part.
One of my neighbors had a kid that was like that. The kid was 5 years old, mind you.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I have no idea what the kid's like now because, well, Jenny
Right.
smoked all day, every day, and I'm not talking about tobacco here. So Billy was a constant contact high, and he was disciplined exactly 0. I have to wonder if he's in prison somewhere by now, but that's beside the point.
Mm. Well,
Who are these
it,
people?
They were some neighbors of mine when I first came out to the greater Pittsburgh area.
Gotcha. Okay, neighbors, got it.
Yeah,
and
next door.
you
As a
know,
matter of fact.
I've done what I can to mellow him out, but it is an everyday thing. Um, I will be lucky if I ever live alone.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. Please forgive me for sounding horrible, but I really feel for you in that respect. I can imagine you sitting, sitting in your
What?
room, door
Yeah,
closed.
I love you too, baby.
I don't want you to live alone.
It's okay,
he's,
baby.
He's
All right.
here, so I'll say it right here. I can imagine
No,
you.
he can't hear you because I've got my headset on.
Oh, okay. No, I can imagine you sitting in your bedroom, door closed, lights off, everything else, crying like, "Oh my God, deliver me from this! And this for 5 minutes. I want some time to myself."
Yeah, goodness knows I would have gone absolutely bug fuck crazy if I had to live with my parental units for any longer than I did.
Mm.
Because I talk about my dad as being a pretty decent guy, but there was a time we just did not see eye to eye on almost
Mhm.
anything, just in
Right.
terms of how to interact with each other. And I would have given anything to get the hell out of that house. But,
Well,
know.
And
Tornado has learned that if I say go away for 10 minutes or I'm going to strangle you, that means back off, give mom space, or you're going to get beaten with a pillow.
Oh, yay.
I was with you right up until that last word.
Yeah.
Well, I had to find alternate means of not hurting him and punishing him at the same time
You know, another one.
because I'm not actually allowed to strangle him.
Oh. Not even a
Well,
little.
that depends on how well you hide the body.
Well, this is true. Well, he knows if I ever say, "Okay, kid, go away, or I'm going to strangle you and bury you in the backyard." And then, of course, there's always the, "I brought you into this world, kid. I can take you out of it."
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah.
it up, and eventually you'll be that strange smell coming from the attic.
Yes.
You know, somebody else I feel
Yeah,
for.
I'm seeing it, Seraphim.
uh,
I'm paying attention.
Yeah, somebody else I feel for the same, more or less the same reasons, is Tria. Triateo,
Mhm.
because she's
Yep.
essentially her sister's caretaker for the rest of,
Yep.
you know, whoever it is that goes first is going to end it.
Oh, she's not just taking care of her sister, she's got her parent, too.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that Dad's going to go first, and then Hufflepuff is still going to be around for quite a while. So
Yep.
Tria's kind of tied down in that respect
Yeah.
for the rest of her life, really.
And that's
And-
the same situation I'm pretty much in.
Yeah, that's why that reminds me of that. And I really feel for anybody who's in a situation like that. There was
Well-
back where I lived in that borough of Homestead, there was the village idiot, And his sister.
And then you left. No,
Say
I'm
again.
kidding. Nothing. The moment's lost. Let it go.
Okay. His sister was taking care of him, and his sister's a bit older than he, and he was already near 70. So it's like, okay, we're assuming that his sister's going to die before he does. Then what the hell happens to Greg?
Right.
And when I say village, he was simple. His mentality might have been in his early teens or something like that.
Right. Well, I'm lucky enough that Tornado is growing.
Oh, that's a good thing.
He is maturing, I'll put it that way. And he's getting better and better. Believe me, what you guys see when he's having a bad day is mild compared to what he used to be.
I'm trying to remember who I was talking to. Was it Tornado or was it Jeff? Or maybe both when they were describing to me when Tornado first hopped on to movie night and everything else. That I guess the two of them interacting mellowed Tornado out quite a bit.
Right. Well, I can remember, oh my God, it got to the point one time where I would not buy him any toys. Not one. Because he would have a temper tantrum and he would break his toys.
Okay.
And I couldn't afford to constantly replace them.
Right.
Excuse me. and it wasn't that he was trying to act out, it's just he could not express himself any other way because he couldn't verbalize it. He just couldn't find the release that he needed aside from destroying something. And as he doesn't do that anymore, thank God. But it was a matter of trying to redirect that anger into something that was not destructive, and to help
fun in
him.
that? I said, well, where's the fun in that?
It saves me money.
So wait a minute. There is no more cutting the signal cables on the game controllers.
Oh God, yes. One time, yeah, he decided one time. Oh gosh, he was probably about 4 or 5. He got hold of a pair of scissors and he cut the wires on the PlayStation remotes.
Please don't tell that.
Still away.
So,
Just a
you know,
little late.
yeah, so it was. That's just a sample of the things he's done in the past.
Tornado, that was a good thing that came out of that story. So that's its saving grace right there.
It was what most people don't understand unless they go through this. What it's like for a parent or a caregiver. The types of stress and anxiety and just how you feel raising somebody like this. It's very difficult.
Thing is, I actually kind of know what that's like on his end in a way. Because whenever I experience anything like frustration or anger or something like that, it feels like every pore on my body opens up all at once and I start to roast and roast and roast. And it's like, I want someone to be sad and I want to know I'm responsible.
Right.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this at least once, right?
And that's, for him, he's gotten better about redirecting his frustration into just a verbal response versus destructive. But anytime he has a bad day, I can expect to be cussed at, screamed at, yelled at, told, I hate you. But 15 minutes down the road, after he's mellowed out and calmed down, and whatever's frustrating him isn't tweaking him, he'll come up and say, I'm sorry, Mom. I love you. I didn't mean it. So I've had to learn. It's a lot when you're like being taught sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. We all know that words do hurt.
Oh, yes, they do. Believe me.
They can cut more than a knife, and I've
Yes.
had to learn not to take that personally.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the interesting thing. This sort of scenario that you're describing with Tornado, I can understand that. You know, there's an organic reason behind it and everything else like that. What I cannot understand, somebody else I know, the kid will occasionally open the door, pop the head in, fuck off, Mom, and then go down the hall, and that's considered normal.
No, that's not considered normal.
And they both laugh about it, and it's like, no.
No, his mom. See, Tornado doesn't do shit like that. Normally, if he's cussing me out, it's because he's frustrated about something and he's upset, and you know, I'm his sounding post.
Yeah, you're the
And-
whipping boy, the
Yeah.
whatever, yes.
And you know, it's frustrating. We have had multiple talks about how that's not appropriate. It's painful, and he's learning, and he does it less and less, which is good.
Mhm.
But it's always it's a sign of his maturity levels.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, see, Amiga, I can actually say Tornado has never wished me dead. He has in his frustration and anger said he wished he'd never been born a few times, and that we've had a lot of talks about that, and comments about how, well, why didn't I just give him up? And I would never give him up. It's been hard,
oh,
but-
Lord. Well, I tell you,
but
you
you
better
know what?
So wait. Are you saying that you're never going to give him up? You're never going to let him down? And
Yes.
all right, I'll show myself out.
And he is, you know, I can honestly say he's the one thing in my life that I'm proud of.
Oh, my word. No, seriously, though.
Because he has such a capacity to love.
Uh-huh.
And
Upside down, sweetie. Hi.
yeah.
Hey, it's Tanaka. How you doing?
Yeah, and he has his moments of being a butthead. But that's okay. He's my butthead.
Okay, Beavis.
Yay!
Oh, my. Yeah, if you can see Nutja on camera, I gifted myself flowers yesterday, and well, the carnations are from Squall Mart, and the hawthorn is from the backyard over there. There's actually a hawthorn tree that's blooming, and I
Oh.
clipped a branch and stuck that in there as well. And I mean, it's a total outlay of about $5, and it's like, I hate to spend the $5, but you know, the fleurs is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Hmm. Television has really ruined conversations for me.
Oh no. Why?
Well, when you said carnations, what popped into my head was carnation instant breakfast. You're gonna love it instant.
I used to have
I haven't even heard that ad in decades,
Uh-huh.
and yet
They said hi.
it's all I can hear in my head when you said that. And I just sometimes I really wish I could turn off my memory.
Okay. I don't know. There are sometimes I wish I could turn off my memory because I didn't realize this as I checked out and left the store, but when I was setting them up, the carnations did remind me of a girlfriend from years and years and years ago. I would give her carnations because she was allergic to roses. God, I loved her.
Well, on Facebook, I'm doing the 30-day music challenge, where it's basically every day you post a song based on the category of on the meme of what day it is and that sort of thing. And yesterday was post a song that reminds you of someone you wish you could forget. And I think you know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know.
Yeah, she was a big honking fan. I have no idea if she's still alive, but she was a big honking fan of Eminem. And she made me listen to the song Puke more than once by Eminem. So that would be the song I did for the song of, that reminds me of someone I wish I could forget, was that.
Oh, jeez.
Seriously, I could go the rest of my life and die happy, never again hearing Eminem ever.
I don't like Eminem, so.
Okay, what do we have going on over here?
Tornado.
I wondered if that was Tornado.
Yeah.
Hi, dear.
There's my butthead.
Can't hear you at all.
We're not reading you, dear. You're
I mean,
about
I'm
2
not-
by 2.
Okay, let's see if I can.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. There you go. You're about 3 by 5.
There's my butthead.
Hold on, let me fix this. Stupid hardware and
Better if it was
sound.
broken. No.
I hate my audio sometimes.
Oh, and Amiga Nuts is such a good show. I love you dearly, dear.
Shill?
Not you, Amiga Nuts. Amiga Nuts said, FYI, I'm a show from Mama Atheist, Junk Shop Library, Navardia, Jensel Corner, Lavender Lady, a bit
Alright,
of tea
how's
and
this?
Danish.
You're fine.
This any better?
Yes, you're fine.
No, it's much, much worse. We can hear you more clearly now.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Very funny, Diane. Very funny.
I thought it was
We thought it
amusing
was.
enough.
In case anyone hears
boy,
another
shit,
odd
boy,
sound
shit,
from my
boy,
computer, that's
yeah.
me playing Astroneer.
Okay.
This is just another COVID Tuesday.
Ah,
Well, wait a
It's
minute. We
just
had
another
that show. That was just another COVID
Tuesday.
Sunday. Yeah.
Hmm.
No
Another
apologies to
good
Canadians.
day, dearie.
It's not a fun day.
Right.
That's my Monday.
Oh, my word, my word.
I just wish I could go outside and have a run day.
You can, can't you?
You can do it here. Plenty of
could,
people
but I just
here
don't
even
wanna
during
risk
the
it.
plague.
I
Oh,
wanna
God. I don't even want to.
Uh,
No, anytime I go anywhere, the minute I come in the door, the first thing he says, wash your hands, Mom.
I would give so much to go rollerblading right now, but the only way to get to the bike path is Lyft or Uber, and I'm sure as hell not doing that now.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. It's, I'm of two minds with that sort of thing. As it's getting warmer now, I'd like to make the adjustments on the bicycle and inflate the tires and get out there. There are some hiking and bike paths in this area that were once railroad rights of way, and they make really, really great paths for biking and stuff. But to get to one of those, I would have to I'd have to strap the bike to the front of a bus, get on the bus, get down into McKeesport, which is a small town near here, and then from McKeesport get on the path and go. And the bus, oh my word, the buses are crazy. They've got front section, okay, if you guys have been aboard public transport in the U.S.,
Yes.
you get on the bus at the front, and then as you start to walk back, you go past those seats that are along the wall of the bus, the sideways seats, and then you start getting into the seats of the rows. Where the sideways seats end, it's roped off, and nobody's allowed up front unless you happen to have you're in a wheelchair or something like that. So you're not breathing on the drivers or anything like that.
Okay.
And then they haven't yet got to the point where you have to have like every third seat or something like that, but I suppose they'll get there. The whole thing though is out of this world-ish sort of.
Yeah.
It's almost like a
It's
science
not
fiction
even
something.
world
I mean,
shit right now.
before the pandemic happened, my dad had plans to come visit me on his way back to Vermont from Mexico. But obviously, that's not going to happen. And for a little bit, I wasn't sure if I could convince him it wouldn't.
Okay.
Because I was like, Dad, you don't want to be on an airplane. I don't want to lose my dad. And frankly, I don't want you around me if you've been on a plane. You might be stuck in Mexico until next year, but you're not getting on a goddamn plane if I have anything to say about it.
Yeah, really,
Yeah,
it's not
uh-huh.
safe.
And to his credit, my dad agreed with me, but for a second there, I honestly thought he was about to argue.
Oh, thank God he didn't. I
Well,
mean,
and that's the thing though, is like my parents often run on the principle of, oh, it'll be fine. On a
No,
lot
this
of
is
things where it won't just fucking be fine. You
yeah,
know?
this is not one of those things that will be fine.
Yeah, so I was like, Dad, no. And he went, yeah, all right, fine. But yeah. Well, no, okay,
Better
he
to be-
wasn't that exasperated about it, but he was like, yeah, I guess you're probably right. It was very resigned.
Now, when you're talking to people in that capacity, that whole parental unit thing, I just think a little bit and wonder what the slimy bastards would be like right now. I mean, they would probably be very much in support of the protesters who are, walking around the Michigan State House with AR-15s and bullshit like that. But how much of a problem would they be making for everybody? God damn.
Diana, have you got any news?
You saw the picture I posted on Twitter where it's that guy, the white supremacist, who's yelling in the faces of the cops.
Oh, yes.
And I'm like, dear rest of the world, don't
No, I didn't
judge
see that.
us by this guy. We're ashamed of this guy. Because honestly, like I see us getting, like the US being judged by the worst of us all the time, where it's like what Americans think they're like, what they're actually like. And it's always the right-wing gun-toting squalmart people, the Walmartians, who are being used as comparison. And I'm like, I don't like them either. I'm embarrassed by them, and I don't want that to be emblematic of what Americans are like to the rest of the world. But I have no control over it. What can I do about it except make that meme that says, look, we're ashamed of them too.
Have you had any news yet, Diana, about your stimulus check?
That's the news I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole. I mean,
Yeah.
ever since it began, it's been giving me the same message. We can't tell you.
Where
We have no
they
information.
were
all that
working
other
on
stuff.
it.
Where at least you had a message that changed from nothing to
Have
something
you
or
checked it
something like
today?
that. Yes, I've been checking it every. What passes for a morning on my clock?
Yeah.
Right about the time I get out of bed, which today
Well,
was about
I can-
1,500
I
hours.
can tell you it took 24 days thereabouts for it to change messages for me. So,
Yeah, 'cause I've-
well, closer to 20 days.
I've already
it came
decided I'm
out-
not getting anything, and if
No,
something
you
shows up,
should
well,
get it.
great.
You should get it.
Well, it's sort of like YouTube. Something happens to YouTube. There's nobody to talk to. If something's wrong here with the IRS, there's nobody to talk to. They will
Right,
not answer the phone.
well-
All that bullshit.
They said it's going to take until late fall for everybody to get their checks. So there is still, you could get it.
If I'm
Anytime
getting one,
between
I
now
will
and late
consider
fall.
myself lucky to have it by Christmas.
Mm.
Well, I already got mine, so no one else matters. Neener, neener, neener.
Tornado is supposed to get his on the mailed out on the 8th. So
We're getting hungry, Howie. We're getting hungry, Howie.
Oh my God, that must be a really great place, I'll tell you.
Wait, rewind. Hungry Howie? What in Hades is
Hungry Howie's is a pizza joint here.
that? Oh.
And they make some really
Stimulating the
good
economy
pizza.
through
That's-
pizza and profit.
Damn it. Now I want pizza. Thank you so much.
That's the one
You're welcome.
where, what is it that Jeff asked,
Jeff,
where do you want to go
yes.
for food? And, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he said it was one of the best places he had ever been to.
All right. So this,
Yeah.
I wonder if Hungry
So-
Howie could catch on around the rest of the country, or what do? You trying to pull my shirt off? There's nothing interesting under my shirt, okay? Really, trust me. I wish there were something interesting under there, but there's nothing.
And last I checked, my favorite pizza joint here in San Diego is actually open, but only for pickup. Like you can't.
Right,
Usually,
right.
this is the place where you go and you get 2 slices and a drink. But you can go there now and totally get like a full-on pie if you want it. And I'm tempted just because they're a short walk away, and I'm sick and tired of getting Domino's. So,
The
Well, you can always get to your house if it's not delivery.
Yeah, there is actually a Hungry Howie's in Pennsylvania, but I don't think you're anywhere near it.
Well, we're gonna
also,
find out. I'm
getting
curious.
out is a good thing. Going out to walk around will be a good thing. So,
Altoona and Erie.
Oh,
Like I said, you're nowhere near it.
Nowhere near me. I mean, the closest to the two is Erie. That's 100 miles away, something like that.
Yeah.
100 nautical miles.
but is it? I've never been there. What's the vibe like? Is it Erie?
Don't know.
Yeah, actually, it is kind of.
Especially
Well,
nowadays.
Altoona is actually looks like it's closer.
Wait a minute. Let me find out. I want to see.
They gave places some really strange names when they started this country, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because there are a couple of.
There's that, but also like, man, they had no imagination when they settled this country, because everywhere is named after somewhere in England. Everywhere, like you look through Vermont, and you've got like Putney and Dorset and all these other places, and I'm like, you guys just stole British names and
Yes, they
maybe
did.
maybe
Absolutely.
stuck the word "new" in front of them.
Okay, Altoona is closer than I had thought it was. Yes, it's actually closer than Erie. It's not quite out to State College, so not quite Central State. But yeah, okay.
Right.
And then a lot of people get confused because there's an Altoona neighborhood of Pittsburgh. So, when you say Altoona, you have to specify which one you're talking about.
Yeah. So, yeah, and Jeff was actually really surprised because he wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. So,
Isn't he the guy that introduced us to it?
no, your grandma introduced us to it.
Oh, right.
I
Yes, dear.
saw a website that was talking about how Americans get foreign foods really, really wrong. And And one of the things it did mention is that in Italy, they find deep dish pizza quite offensive.
Really? Why?
Yes, they don't, well, because that's not fucking pizza. It's an abomination unto pizza. And I have to say, I agree that the like Brooklyn style is what pizza is supposed to be.
That's just a thin crust pizza? Or
And, well, it's not just thin crust, though. A lot of people think of thin crust as the crunchy, like, cut into squares party hors d'oeuvre pizza. No. This is the soft, foldy stuff.
yeah.
Oh, wow. I am at this, excuse me, is it my for this to looking to making. There are actually 3 Hungry Howies in Erie.
Yes.
Holy
That's
shit.
how that's how popular the place is.
I don't know. Do I have to rent a car and go to get Hungry Howie's pizza? God damn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get a car and go to Hungry Howie's.
I mean, I could rent a car for the day. That would only be about $100. So
I guarantee you it will be the best decision you've ever made.
well, I
The
don't
nice
know.
thing about Hungry Howie's is they don't just do they do subs, they do pizza, they do pasta. Um, but
Oh my.
their
They do
pizzas,
calzones?
I don't think they do calzones. No.
Mm.
Now there's
They
something
will flavor. You know how places like Pizza Hut and Domino's now are flavoring their crusts, but they
Yes.
charge you for it. Hungry Howie's does it for free, and you
Alrighty
can get
then.
like a buttery Parmesan crust, where they don't just sprinkle Parmesan on the crust. They sprinkle Parmesan in the box.
Well, you've lost
on-
Kate with that.
Yeah. So, and it's just they have good pizza. They do the stuffed crust stuff. They do deep dish. They do thin. They do. I don't know if they do Brooklyn style. They might, but they also
Brooklyn style is the only style that's actually pizza.
Americanized pizza. How's that?
No.
I know you'll jump all over me for it and everything else, but I'm kind of partial to Chicago pizza, and I know it's not pizza, but still.
I'm still I'm still remembering those pizzas that my brother-in-laws gave us. The $75 pizzas.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about those. Holy shit!
You want
Yeah.
a deep dish pizza? Those things aren't just
5.5 inches deep with cheese and pepperoni.
I mean, that sounds like one of my pot pies.
Oh, they were good, but the crust was really, really hard.
It was like the largest pot pie you've ever seen. Without
pizza
the
pot
crust
pie,
on top.
Yeah. It was a pizza pot pie.
And then there's
This thing
the
was
thing.
fucking loaded with cheese.
There's the thing that I don't like about the Brooklyn pizzas is, to me, it's rather like eating a matzah with chopped tomatoes on it.
Okay.
Because the crust is hard, crunchy, and I'm just not much for the texture.
But if you could do that pizza in a softer crust, it would have been better.
Okay then.
But it was like 4 inches of cheese and pepperoni, and then a real thin layer of sauce on the top.
And when we say 4 inches, we mean it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
you're,
but
you're talking the
cheese is
width of
what
my
makes
hand.
a pizza.
Yeah.
You need the cheese. The cheese is like a large part of it.
Yes, but the cheese was like 4 inches deep of cheese.
Oh wait, I didn't catch that part. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said there was a small sprinkling on top.
No, I said there was a small amount of sauce.
Oh.
Sorry, I will be a little more clearer when they speak so we can
That's
understand.
just not even pizza. Seriously, if any of you ever find yourselves in San Diego, I will take you down to Bronx Pizza and you'll see what the hell pizza is really supposed to be.
Only if you agree to come out here and eat Hungry Howie's.
I will eat Hungry Howie's if I go out there, but I have no plans to be in that part of the country anytime soon. That's why I said if any of you find yourselves in San Diego, not you will make a special trip to San Diego to get this pizza.
Well, what pisses me off about finding myself in San Diego is that I'm locked into 3 days driving to get there because I'm not going to fly.
Yeah.
TSA doesn't like me, or people like
Why
me.
not?
They don't. Say what?
Oh, I don't know. Every time
Well, I mean, the TSA has on occasion gotten a little bit handsy with me, but I don't know.
Last time I flew anywhere or went into an airport, I had 2 gun residue tests done on me in less than 3 hours.
You know, like the value of the test is going to change in 3 hours when
Yeah,
they're watching
exactly.
you.
Mhm.
Jeez, man.
Sometimes I
Why do they
wonder,
do
like,
gun
like
residue
the
tests?
people who actually work in airports, like at the concession stands or whatever, the little mini restaurants, do they go through security too? Or do they just let them in because it's like, oh yeah, hey Joe, welcome back. It's Monday, go to work,
You have to
kind of
wonder.
thing.
That's something I'll have to ask. And there's somebody I know who has, I think it's family that was TSA or something like that. And the word from this person is that it was all for show. That there was no actual increase in security with all this TSA stuff that was going on. It was just
Uh-huh.
the appearance of
Well, of course
security.
it wasn't.
Uh,
I mean, a lot of what I've heard about with regard to that is like, well, okay, there was one stand-up comedian who was saying, okay, so if anyone has a bomb, they're going to stop you and make you cluster all together into the place where there's probably the most people in one spot at all, where people are trying to get through security, where you've got that bottleneck, and the person with the bomb is going to get the most people there. And if it turns out that you like have some contraband item, they just throw it in a little bin right there in security. They don't cart it away or anything. They just throw it in the garbage. So it's like, okay, you took my bomb away, but it's still going to explode there, isn't it? You know, that kind of thing. And it's like, I
Yeah.
realize that that's a joke, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you're not accomplishing any damn thing.
Yeah. Now, what I would really, 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 really like, and unfortunately, I have no pilot's license. I have no money for the plane or anything like that. But God, I wish I could have a P-51, convert one of the ammunition bays into luggage storage, and you'll be able to fly across the country in this World War II fighter. And my understanding is you don't go through quite as much of the TSA garbage when you fly your own plane. So that would be really great. You know, it's like I say, the only way I'm going to fly anymore is if I'm at the stick and rudder. And besides, I'd love to fly a P-51.
Yeah,
I've done it in
well,
simulator.
friggin' primitive. I say get an F-14.
No, okay. I mean, I can see the value to an F-14. I really can.
Well, I just look at visual design. It looks absolutely badass.
Yes, it
I mean,
does.
it looks like it's going Mach 2 and it's standing still.
Yes, it does.
I
And
really want to get a hold of an F-14 thanks to you, Kate. Just to be able to fly on one saying, I own an F-14, bitches.
Well, you know, I heard when they were filming Top Gun, they took all of the actors up in F-14s,
Mhm.
and I think it was Anthony Edwards was the only one who didn't puke.
Anthony Edwards.
The guy who played Goose, Maverick Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone else wharfed up their guts when they were in those F-14s. So
oh
yeah.
my, what were they doing? Loops and inversions
Yes.
and everything else?
Oh,
Okay.
probably. I have no doubt that the pilots they were flying with were totally messing with them. Like, dude, I got Tom Cruise in the back here,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna make him wharf up his guts. Just you watch.
From what I understand, they said that they wanted the actors to know what it was really like to fly in combat. So they gave them a real idea through maneuvers what it would be like to be in a dogfight, so that they could have the appropriate expressions on their faces.
Which is
Well, okay.
hilarious, given that their faces were covered in masks the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, here, I want to take you up and show you what it's like to be in combat. You get in the seat of this fighter, and I'm going to get into that fighter and do my best to shoot your ass into pieces.
Yeah.
No. I actually want to experience what it's like to fly on an F-14. Just to say, I was there, I did it, and I didn't puke my cookies.
Oh,
Yes,
you'd
what
puke
if
your
you
cookies.
did puke your cookies?
You'd puke your cookies.
Well, if I did, I'd still be able to say I got to fly on an F-14, bitch.
There is that, I
my.
suppose. I got to fly a plane once, and that was kind of fun. I know I've told the story before, but a friend of mine had a seaplane, and it was
Oh,
docked
yeah.
at Lake Washington. And as like we're over Lake Washington, I'm looking around, going, "This is really cool." I'm flying, and he turns to me and goes, "Your turn." And let's go to.
You're like, wow.
And I was like, "Alrighty then," and grabbed the wheel and flew around for a couple of minutes. It was fun.
Oh my! Now this, okay, this was a seaplane, so this was a high wing, right? Yeah, the wing was above your
Yeah.
head.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
do you remember? I mean, if you would roll the plane a little bit, I take it would return to its normal attitude relatively easily. In other words, it was quite forgiving.
Well, I didn't let it. I did it deliberately, but it was not difficult.
Okay, because yeah, I've flown in both. I've flown in the high wing and in the low wing, and I'll tell you, the low wing are not forgiving at all. They're actually the next best thing to unstable. And yeah, I
Wait,
don't
wait, 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 wait. The plane or the pilot?
the plane.
Oh, darn.
And I tell you, I don't know if I would want even now to just hop into a low wing plane and take the yoke the way you did on the seaplane. That could have a bad outcome. Because I could imagine myself being in a flat spin very, very quickly. Now,
Well-
mastering a plane like that, oh man, I'd love to learn how. But
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things about planes I just never bothered to find out because you didn't need to know them to play the video games I was playing.
okay.
But seriously, just grabbing the throttle and like using the pedals and all of that stuff, really easy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I mean, it's not. But then again, we weren't exactly doing barrel rolls out there. I'm not sure if the plane could have done it, and if it could have, it probably would have been illegal in some fashion.
I don't know what comes to my mind.
Okay. I'm going to tattle off. My
Aw.
show is going to be coming on shortly.
Call
So,
me back, Agnes. My
I'm-
stories are coming on.
You gotta go watch your stories.
I'm going to go watch Curse of Oak Island. Yes.
I thought that show ended yet last week.
Curse of the what now?
Curse of Oak Island.
I never heard of it.
It's a treasure hunting show.
Okay.
They basically are trying to find, and this is an actual real-time treasure hunt, treasure on an island in Nova Scotia called Oak Island.
Oh,
And they
my.
have dated artifacts that they found all the way back to the 1400s.
So I have a question about that, though. I mean, like, how difficult is it really to hunt treasure? It just stands still. It doesn't notice when you
Actually,
approach
it does move.
and so like sneaking up on it is really easy. And I imagine, why would you even want to shoot treasure? Just take it home, make friends with it.
Yeah, they people have been hunting this treasure since the 1700s, trying to find it. 1795 was when the first documented hunt for the treasure started, and they found a lead cross where they dated the cross to 13 something. And it is a Knights Templar cross.
Okay.
And the
The guys from Assassin's Creed.
yes, Talon.
We know
Oh,
who Knights
No, I
Templar
mean, I
are.
have another question about that, actually. I mean,
Mhm.
these Knights Templar, couldn't they get full-time work? Why are they temps? Where are the reading?
But anyway, they dated the cross based on the content of the metals and minerals in the lead, and this lead mine, I guess it was, stopped producing and being used in the 1500s. So the cross is definitely not something that was just uh, made and then left somewhere. They can actually date it back that far. And
Hold on a
it's
second. That
really
was my
interesting.
door.
But you does.
Somebody's at her door.
I hear you knocking, but you
Yeah,
can't
so-
come in.
I am going to go, and I'm going to hand my headset over to Tony so he doesn't have to yell and scream into his mic. So,
Oh, where did you go? There we are.
Oh yay! What do we have, huh?
so what did you get, Kate?
Oh, Kool-Aid.
Oh,
Kool-Aid. Okay.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I forgot to pick it up when I was at the store,
Uh-huh.
and well, I think I've mentioned before that these days I drink a lot of water, and I just put a little tiny bit of Kool-Aid in to flavor, right, to
Right.
make
Yes.
sure to that tang. So Kool-Aid, only a little bit. It only makes
tropical
26
punch.
quarts.
I forget, Kate. When you put the Kool-Aid in, is that pre-sweetened or is that the
Yes.
non-sweetened? It is pre-sweetened.
Of course.
Okay,
Yeah. But the point is that I just need to get rid of that weird bitterness in water. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't
All
know.
right.
I'm thinking maybe I
You are
should try
late.
to do that.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
um,
Bye. Oh,
the truth is though that with the amount of Kool-Aid I end up drinking, I'm a little worried that it's not going to be good for me.
Okay,
even
Mom
with-
took off. Okay, bye. You be good.
Just because it's not exactly juice now, is it?
No. Oh God, there was a drink I got years and years and years ago. I don't know if they still do this stuff on the labels where less than 20% fruit juice or less than 10%, all this other thing. On this label was less than 0% fruit juice, and I want to know how they did that.
Oh well.
How-
Is
Well-
this any better?
I don't know. How would you do that?
I don't know, but there it was.
Actually, it's
in
not that
block
bad.
lettering right on the label, less than 0% fruit juice. It was beautiful.
That seems impossible.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I have the label anymore. I used to have the wall of regrettable labels, where package labels that were very impressive. I would keep and I'd pin up there, and I think that disappeared in one of my many moves. I had a Russian labeled pack, a label from a pack of Armour hot dogs. So you had Armour in Cyrillic lettering and the whole thing like that, and there was also a label from a can of corn that was labeled in Russian.
Real quick, before we go any further with this, because
Yes, dear.
timing might be important. Now I'm pretty sure that the dude who just delivered this had a mask on. I saw that as he walked past my window. Not sure if he had gloves on and whether I should wash my hands right now.
Oh my.
I'd wash my hands. I wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, if you feel a bit of concern, go ahead and wash the hands. Yeah.
Well, it also might be a bit of paranoia. I don't know. So yeah,
With the way this thing is burning
be
through the
right back.
population, a little paranoia
I-
never hurt anyone.
yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, just because you're paranoid, that doesn't mean they're not out to get you.
Fucking cats, God. Oh.
What is going on back there?
Yeah, I mean, every time Mom gets back, I tell her to wash her hands. So if I'm telling her to do that, then it's probably a good idea.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick.
I kind of want to do an experiment with this geyser. I want to see
What are you doing?
this. Will it launch it sky high? No, it will not launch it sky high. Damn.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing, right?
I'm working on seeing what would happen if I put something in a geyser rock, just because I could.
In a geyser rock, huh? What is it, guys? Are
Yeah, it's basically a rocket keeps shooting stuff out of it.
Okay.
So what happened just then was that it is like 20 of 6 right now, so nearly feeding time. And I
Uh-huh.
stood up, and the cats decided, oh, hey, let's run for the bowls. And they did, right in front of my legs, and I nearly tripped. I mean, I definitely end up like punting at least one of them, not
Oh,
intentionally.
bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Not even slightly intentionally. It's that whole diving in front of you from behind you shit that they pull.
Yes.
You know, I'm like, oh, I don't want to
Sorry.
be hurting you. I really don't want to hurt you, but you know, you're doing this deliberately. This is on you. This is your fault. I had nothing to do with it. You know, my foot was already in motion when you nosedived in front of it.
There are a couple of times I very nearly crushed Sylvia when she would run in front of me and, you know, where my feet were. She seemed to know exactly where the feet were going to go, and that's where she ran.
Well, I've actually bent cats in half because they ran between my legs.
Oh, boy.
And I ended up like kicking in a certain way where, you know, the next thing you know, this cat is folded. And I mean, fortunately, cats are basically just walking yoga machines, so
Yes.
it wasn't harmful, but still.
There's an acquaintance of mine who much years ago, unfortunately, could not execute the maneuver to avoid trouble when a kitty pulled something like that and ended up crushing the kitty's skull.
Oh,
And yeah, he never got over it.
I wouldn't. That
yeah.
that would be a bit scarring, I have to admit.
But so I guess it does happen occasionally where you do not or cannot avoid the worst. But you know, ta prośnie.
I mean, I love my cats, but they're idiots sometimes.
God, I know
Now,
that
I
feeling.
mean, Columbia is much smarter than Xander. Much, much, much smarter than Xander. But even so, she has her moments of sheer idiocy. Just complete and utter, like, why would you do that, you dumbass?
It's sounding like Xander is somewhat reminiscent of my Winston, who was the most wonderful kitty, the most loving kitty in the entire world. But he had the IQ of a boiled egg. He was so dumb, he was lovably dumb, and on top of that, he was as gay as a picnic basket. So how could you just not love him? It's the only gay cat I've ever known personally.
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
Oh my.
Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm still messing with that Creatura game because, well, it's interesting to me.
Oh, yes. I want to look this up and to see what it is on into.
It's interesting. Right now, I'm messing with the genome of a reed to see what makes it different from its slightly whiter cousin.
Okay, so it runs there, and there. Okay, that's good.
Oh,
It's early access as of 2018.
Whoa. Yeah, it's kind of buggy. It's not out of alpha yet,
Okay.
or whatever. It's not out of beta yet. Whatever.
Hey guys, what the heck are you playing?
One thing, it's not quite finished, and it's got a learning curve. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. I mean, as long as they're working on it, I would spend money on it.
What
Well, I
game
mean,
are you playing?
I've actually talked to. It's called Creatura. I've talked to the developer a little bit, and he's apparently not a native English speaker, but it didn't get in the way too much. And he was like, "Yeah, the tutorial's a little incomplete, and I realize it skips a few vital things, and here's how to really do it." So,
Okay.
yeah.
Because what I think I'm going to end up doing is when the time comes to install all this hardware and everything else, which hopefully will be sometime tomorrow. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to have to deactivate Windblows, and I want to move it to the other machine, and hopefully I'll be able to do that, and you'll be able to deactivate it, move it over, and set it up and everything, and then have that set up for the games and stuff like that, and play the games over there. I mean, as long as I'm as long as I'm installing new hardware and everything else, I might as well do that stuff now. And then, okay, maybe I could have, if I could get the audio to work correctly. The Windblows, the audio simply does not work correctly.
So if you look here, I'm looking at the genome of this particular, I don't know what a monocot is.
It's a type of it's a type of plant. Corn is a monocot. It has one, as they call it, a seed leaf.
Okay, well, you can see here, like this is the one I'm currently manipulating. And I know that this particular sequence here has to do with color and shape, where this one makes it a little bit thicker. And I found that if you keep it, make sure it's still alanine and not switching to one of these, like what is this, glutamic acid and all of that,
Okay.
you probably won't kill the plant. If you change from alanine to proline, that may not kill the plant, but it might. You can see that at the top there, the color changes a bit depending on what these particular chromosomes will produce when you switch them like that.
Yeah.
So I can try the proline, and then there's 3 different ways you can do it. You can do it with microwave radiation, which is really chancy, and even if you have a good alteration, it can still kill your sample. This is slightly, it's a nuclear injection, sort of. But then you got this fucker that always succeeds, but you might still kill the plant if your chromosomes are bad ones. So let's see what happens here. Not a lot. Okay. So if I switch this one, not much. Let's try switching this up a little then. Oh yeah, you see it just got a little thicker.
Now this is interesting where, okay, the changes you're making are based on changes in the base pairs. Does this thing, honey, get off the keyboard. There you go. Do they have something for you where you can change a triplet and target the amino acid that's coded for? You know,
Well, you have to do it
I don't
all-
want. What?
You have to do it all by shifting the chromosome pairs. You
Okay.
cannot do like a batch, but you can, like, okay, I just added this thing, whatever this is. I think it's another one of those the monocot things. So what you can do is you can put it in a slot here and then look at its genome this way. And then if you pick up another item, you can compare the two down at the bottom. It'll show the thing you saved and the thing you're holding.
Okay then.
So let's see, I've got all these reads next to the monocot, and you can see what the changes are between it and the reads, if there are any. I think there's not, they're not compatible enough.
Okay.
So if I were to take this, let's just put it back in my inventory, and then let's cut this, another sample of that, and put it here, and then compare it to that monocot. Yeah, there we go. You can see that these are different,
Okay.
right?
then.
So
Yeah.
if you want to switch up multiple things at once, you have to do it hand by hand with each of these pairs here.
Okay.
So
okay.
you can't shift everything at once for anything.
This looks like something I'd possibly like to play with. How much did it run?
It was something like 14, 15 maybe bucks, something like that. And I
Oh,
don't think it
geez.
was on sale when I got it.
Oh,
Now,
geez.
of course, that's just the plants. We also have these animals here,
Oh, so what
right?
are
Like
they?
flatworms and stuff.
Are they various plugins to a frame, and you buy each of the plugins and that sort of thing?
I don't even know what you just said to me.
You said okay. You said that's only the plants. You have other things. So when you
Yeah.
buy the game, is it that you're buying sort
Oh,
of
no,
like
no,
the
no, no,
starter
no, no,
pack,
no, no,
and then you
no,
buy other
no,
things
no,
to add on? No.
no. It comes with all of that stuff. It's
Ah.
just they develop over time. They evolve.
Okay, fine.
You know, I mean,
Okay.
each of these little beasties will have sex with each other and produce
Ooh.
something based on their chromosomes. And so, do I have this here? This guy is. Does it say? I'm still struggling with the interface. The interface is not great. I think. Here we go. Yes, 100th generation. This guy is. So yeah, this one's 99th generation. That one is 99th. So yeah, and it's like these guys have their chromosomes as well, just like the plants do, and you can mess with them. Let's see. At one point, let's see if I still have it here. Yes, this right here controls eye size. Like if you watch the eyes right here, and I click this, well, the whole head just changed.
Okay.
Easy. So let's see what happens there. Head got bigger. It's not. I don't know, but you can do lots of things with them like that and do all the modifications. It's pretty cool.
I don't know if it's my imagination or when you were doing some changing around in the head, it almost looked like a couple of them had very slight changes to the tail occurring at the same time. It's almost like a side benefit or a side effect or something like that. Were you seeing that, or am I just?
Yeah. No, I mean it was definitely there.
Hey, how do you get this game? What is it?
Ow! Motherfucker, turn your mic down.
Sorry.
But I noticed that this tends to control thickness of the body
Mm-hmm.
right here. But I mean, chromosomes, as I understand it, like DNA is not just a plug and play, mix and match kind of thing. It's
You
like
are
if you change one set of chromosomes, it can royally screw with something that other chromosomes are controlling. And
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
so I know that this right
Hey
here
guys,
control
is
it
this any better?
better.
You're
You
fine.
can like this right here, the head
Mm-hmm.
change color because I noticed that this will change the color of the front of the creature,
And now you've got a rainbow flatworm.
that kind of thing. So
This
I
looks
mean,
This looks
Yeah,
like a lot
it-
of fun. It really does.
What game is this?
now
I wa-
it's
she
called
told you,
Creatura. I've told you
Creatura.
like 5 times. But it's got a learning curve with the interface, to say the least. The interface is very clunky.
I've got time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely worth it. And there's
Oh, there
also
it is.
a store where basically what you do is as you sell clippings of more and more unique, like bits of life, right? Although you can only sell the plants, you can't sell the creatures. But you get this currency here, which you can then use to buy items for your terrarium. And also, there's chemicals that will help things evolve quicker, things
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
So there's substance to it.
This
Like, you
is
can see-
yeah. This is many much nice.
Oh wait, I stopped sharing. Oh well, whoops, no worries. But
okay.
yeah, it's an interesting game. I had it on my Steam wish list for a while and figured, well, what the hell?
I think
'Cause,
I'm going. Yeah, I think I'm going to buy one. Not right now, but before the end of the week, I'm going to buy one.
Yeah.
And fool around.
I've
with
got a
that.
question about Creatura.
Yes,
Okay,
dear.
you do need to turn your mic down still. It's kind of blasty.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and I did find it's $16 on this thing, so yeah, that's within my range that I wouldn't mind.
Where
spending.
did you look?
so
Were
I've
you
got a-
looking on
I
Steam?
got a question about Creatura. Can you
I'm
bring
looking.
it?
Yeah, it must be Steam. It's store.steampowered.com.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's
I
Steam.
was gonna say, can you make mammals with it?
I haven't gotten that far yet. I've only had it for like a day and a half.
Okay,
So I have seen flatworms end up turning into crustaceans at one point.
now. Ooh. Now I see something
So,
over here
I
about
know-
sign in or open in Steam. Do you need to join something with Steam to buy things there, or?
Yeah, kind of. You have to have an account, but it's not like it is any kind of burden or anything. It's mostly just this is how you pay. And it's also like if you want to join any of the communities surrounding the games, it's totally optional, but you
Okay.
need the username to do it.
Okay. Sounds good. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not
So I
worried that the
decided,
Chinese are going to spy on me or anything. So
right. Yeah, whatever. I don't have secrets that really are all that important that I need to keep them from the Chinese. But I mean, if you look at this, this is my terrarium right here. You can see the water level. You can see the various plants up here and the plants down here. I'm trying to keep them separated to try to create like separate worlds and then make them
okay.
collide at some point. See what happens.
Yeah, that sounds like
And you
fun.
can change the water level like this, and yeah.
Yeah, creating a tidal pool there at the edge of the water, that would be an interesting thing. Yes.
I mean, I don't know what would happen because I haven't tried it yet. If I were to take the water level and all the way down and see what happens to my flatworms, because it might kill them. I don't know, or it might force them to evolve based on who's best at what. And wait a minute, did you chuckleheads just go out on land? Yes, you did.
Oh my.
Chuckleheads
was
on
odd.
the land.
But I think they thought they were still swimming or something. Like I said, this game's not complete yet. They may never do that again. It might have just been an artifact of me moving the water up.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm liking this more and more as you yeah, when we were discussing the kind of games I like and everything else, this is high up on the yes, I like it list.
Well, I've been wanting something like this ever since Spore came out and was such a disappointment. I mean, this is kind of what people thought Spore was going to be like, but it was like the gameplay was so simplistic. There was no evolution by natural selection in it whatsoever. It was like a shadow of what we were promised, to say the least.
Okay then.
And this is not like a full procedurally generated universe the way Spore was, but it's still much more interesting.
Now, Spore, is that the one where you ended up with creatures that looked like a whole bunch of interconnected parallelepipeds, interconnected boxes?
No,
okay.
I don't know what that is. No, Spore was it's by the same dude who made SimCity.
Oh. Yeah, I know that you're talking about. I can't think of his name either. Sid Meier.
No.
Will Wright.
Oh, well, okay.
But the way Spore worked is like eventually you get DNA points or something that gives you the ability to customize your own personal alien race.
Okay then.
But it I don't know. It was all window dressing. It was all cosmetic, really.
All right.
Like
then.
this right here is what the creature editor in Spore looked like, and depending on what limbs you gave your creatures, you would give them better attack or defense or whatever. But it like they touted it as the evolution game that was going to come, and it just was not. It didn't live up to the promise at all.
It was
Okay.
more like young Earth creationism than it was
In a
Darwinian
weird
evolution.
way, it kind of was. You were playing God essentially, and but the thing is that like the evolving from single cell to land creatures to technological creatures to space going creatures was so, I don't know, simplistic. It felt like a child's card game more than anything else.
Okay. So, old maid for the computer, basically.
In a way, it did not live up to the promise. Kind of the way No Man's Sky didn't live up to its promise.
Okay.
But is now slowly starting to.
Well, it's been how many years since it came out? I put it on my hard drive again, like maybe a year ago, and maybe 6 months ago. I don't remember exactly, but I remember thinking, wow, this still sucks.
I am going to copy this, and what I'm going to try to do, and I hope I don't mess up my screen here, I'm going to try to make another window for Chrome.
OBS?
for Chrome, and hopefully that will not interfere with the program, because I want to save the URL onto Chrome. That means when I do that, I will be able to access that URL from any of the machines I run Chrome on. So I won't have
Now,
to
of
screw
course.
around. What?
There's also another question. Are you actually planning on playing this game, Diana?
I believe that I'm going to buy the game and play it. Yes.
With your stimulus money?
Yeah.
Didn't you get your check?
No.
I did.
Oh.
Bender, what on earth has spooked you so? Actually, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's probably your voices. He was probably not, like, he doesn't know where they're coming from.
This isn't working quite the way I wanted it to work, but that's okay. I've got that saved off. We're okay. And I'll worry about it later. Yeah, because I've got, when the show's over today, what I think I'm going to do is pull out the laptop, see if I can set up the laptop to do broadcasting in a sort of a, I don't know, a kindergarten version of broadcasting, in case I don't have the systems running by the weekend. And then I'm just going to, because I'm going to have to tear everything apart. I mean, physically and software and everything else like that. Make the appropriate changes, put it all back together. I may or may not be done by Sunday. We'll see. But I'd like to be able to have a way to be on the air Sunday, even if this particular machine isn't up and running yet. And just do it with the duck, whatever that damn thing is called, StreamYard. If I have to.
You know, television ruined the word Sunday for me.
Okay.
Back in my childhood, they would like be watching cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons or whatever, and they would always have those ads for monster truck shows, and the guy would always do the Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Yes.
And ever since that, I just the word, I don't know, it triggers those memories, and well.
Oh my. Oh my amiga. Every time I hear that argument, I want to kill something.
What argument? What'd she say?
Can a dog
evolution.
produce a non-dog?
Oh, you mean in this game here? No. If you try to change the DNA too quickly, it will kill whatever you're manipulating.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to do it slowly over generations.
Oh, this
But
is
you
interesting.
can also speed up time. So
I'm just curious. I don't know if you've noticed it or tried to do it or whatever. Do you run into a case where you make a change to the DNA and it appears that nothing happens, but then you make a change to another part of the DNA and something significant happens, but it would not happen had you not made that first change?
I have not run an in-depth enough experiment for that.
Okay. Because that's one of the things I'd love to do with that game.
You could, and I'm sure something like that is possible, but I've had this for a day and a half, so.
Oh yeah, I did forget. Yeah, you haven't had it all that long. Because that's something I'd love to do. You have, if it's possible to do this, you would have 10 or 11 different worlds under this game, and you do various things to each of the worlds and compare what you've done, and see what you can see.
Well, you couldn't really do that so much. However, because every world you create is going to start out differently from the beginning.
Oh, so you cannot begin from a template. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But one thing you can do, if you look here, you can extend your terrarium, right? And so
Okay.
what you could do is separate different environments with land that nothing else can cross.
Okay, so
You
I mean,
know,
where I'm
so-
seeing this, it looks like you're adding a slice of cheese to one end, and then
Essentially.
that slice of cheese is whatever you want it to be. And okay, yeah, okay, you have some control
Well,
over what you're
no,
doing.
no, 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 well, it's not exactly like that. It will just add a longer section onto your aquarium there.
Okay.
But what you can then do with that is raise up the land so that like there's a barrier that things can't cross.
I'm liking this. I'm really, really liking this. Yes, this. Oh God, this is sounding like a game I would love to buy and play, which has not happened since KSP. I bought Kerbal Space Program in 2015, so that's how long it's been since I've discovered a game that spoke to me. It says, Clarion,
By the way-
buy me.
Now, what I have found with this thing though is that you need the in-game currency to be able to make things happen faster. Like to throw mutagens into the mix and make things like start
Oh, okay.
developing leaves where before they didn't. So what you have to do is you have to manipulate the DNA to make better plants and animals, and then the better they are, the more you can sell them for. So the better you are at tinkering with DNA, the more quickly you can get the stuff that lets you, like develop your creatures more,
Okay.
that kind of thing. So it's there's a lot of like, once you get the hang of making things mutate without killing them, it's a lot easier to make other things happen.
Now, of course, there is the question of, have you gotten to the point where you downloaded mods, Diana?
Mods to what?
Oh,
Kerbal.
he's going to talk.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
all
you
kinds-
should not
all
mention
kinds
that
of
word.
mods,
This is all he's
yes.
going to talk about now.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I had been downloading many much mods.
Oh, no! You will not attack each other, you stupid cats. No.
Did you get Blue Dog?
Okay.
Doesn't sound-
I
well, it
do
doesn't sound-
have
It's been
to.
a couple of years
Hold on,
since
hold
I
on,
played.
hold on. While you guys chat about KSP, I'm gonna go feed the cats. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yum, 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 yum. Kitty, food. Yum, eat.
But yeah,
I am-
Diana, did you end up getting Blue Dog Design Bureau?
Doesn't sound familiar. It's been a couple of years since
Well,
since
it's
I
a
played.
mod that allows you. It's a mod that gives you real rocket parts,
Oh, okay.
like everything from early Mercury all the way up to the Saturn V.
I might have downloaded it, come to think of it, because I downloaded something that kind of did that sort of thing, and I just didn't remember what the name was. The last I played, it's been a while. I think the last time I played with KSP was maybe 2 years ago.
And you enjoyed it, didn't you? It
Oh, yeah,
basically
I loved
said,
it.
Clarion, buy me.
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, it's got the learning curve and everything else, but it's a good game. I like it. I'll probably install it once I get the systems all put together and everything else. And
A friend of mine actually challenged me to do some cool stuff in Kerbal, and one of the challenges was, well, to see who could get the better eccentricity quicker.
okay,
Now, of
then.
course, me, being the enterprising individual I was, I decided to go straight for geostationary orbit.
Well,
And it got to, and I had refined the eccentricity to a point where the meters per second indicator on Kerbal's on the bottom screen with the nav ball, I managed to get it down to such a point that it could not detect whether or not I was moving within half a meter per second of the surface.
that actually kind of surprises me. I didn't realize that you could have control that fine within the game, but I guess you can.
Well, I got an eccentricity that, for all intents and purposes, might have been 0.
Yeah, right. It's-
Perfectly geostationary to within half a meter.
Move beef. I think it's move beef. Is it move beef? I have no idea what I'm talking about, by the way.
Okay.
Well,
Let's
Kate
see.
knows that I
Okay.
have no idea what I'm talking about.
Here's a question for you then. I mean, maybe it's not the same in game. I'm not sure. But do you know what in the heck marshwood is?
Marshwood, no.
Okay, because I'm looking at some of the stuff I've got hold of here, and there's marshwoods and there's reeds. And it looks like they're both in the same order. Because it says kingdom plants, order, grass and reeds, and then species is the random name that the game generated for the species. But it looks like marshwoods and reeds are in the same order. So I should be able to manipulate their DNA to look similar and not run into problems, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm doing some looking here. Okay, here we go. Lavender marshwood. I don't know if that's what you're after or if this is just something tacked on to something else. I cannot find the botanical classification. It's the well, here it's a Lavandula stoicas or something like that. So I don't know if
Okay, well, the Lone Wanderer is saying that marshwood is like driftwood, which makes
Oh.
sense given what I'm seeing.
okay.
Although my driftwood appears to be purple, but you know,
Move beef. Yeah, I wish I could do better at showing
Oh.
pictures. And hopefully I will be able to show pictures better once I've got the video upgraded. But I don't have that right now. Darn it.
I just made whatever it was I was holding thinner and taller. One thing I tried to do, and it did not work out, was to take hold of a plant and put it in the DNA editor, and then try to remap its genome to be exactly the same as one of the flatworms. And, you know, it didn't work, but, you know.
Moo. Okay then.
I mean, I didn't really expect it to. I figured that would kill it, but even so, it was worth a shot.
Anyway, I'm gonna head off because I'm not really. I kind of run out of things to talk about. So
Okay.
See ya.
Well, you be good.
will do. Plus,
Yay.
I might be thinking of falling asleep for a little bit. See ya.
Oops. Take care, hon. Oh,
So,
I keep waving
okay,
at where
here's
the cameras
I-
used to be. No, they're over here.
I have a question because there's something I'm trying to remember if it was real or part of a TV show, or if it was a fictionalized version or whatever. Was there a guy who had some weird skin disorder where it was like he kept growing, it looked like bark on his skin? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like a sort of
Yeah.
a tree man guy, and I think I can't remember if I was watching a documentary or fiction or what, but it looked one of the creepiest things I've ever seen.
Was this the Elephant Man?
No.
No. Okay. I'm trying to think here.
I'm looking there. I'm seeing a bunch of cases of it on Google image search.
Oh, so it sounds like it's something real. Okay.
Yes. With the presenting now, like this, right here.
All right, let's have a look. Oh, for the love of St. Gulick. I don't think I'd ever seen that one before. Wow.
Yeah, here's another.
Wow.
Yeah, so, but the thing is, these people don't look like the person I remember seeing in whatever I was watching. It might be a fictionalized version that I was seeing, but I seem to remember like some surgeons were help breaking the stuff off of the guy or whatever.
Yeah, because
This might be who I was thinking of right here.
Oh, let's have the look. Oh, yoy. Okay, then.
Yeah.
Man, that's some serious skin disorder
It's
going
kinda-
on there.
Fucked up, like he's covered in barnacles or something, huh?
Yes. Okay, what do we have here? We have epidermodysplasia verruciformis, known as tree man syndrome, is an extremely rare autosomal recessive hereditary skin disorder associated with a high risk of skin cancer. It is characterized by abnormal susceptibility to human papillomaviruses of the skin, resulting uncontrolled HPV infections result in growth of scaly macules and papules resembling tree bark, particularly on the hands and feet. It is typically associated with HPV types 5 and 8. I didn't know there were various types, which are found in about 80% of the normal population as asymptomatic infections, although other types may also contribute. Okay, then. Wow. This is crazy.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if that was real or not.
Also known as Landowski-Lutz dysplasia. That's crazy.
How would you like to have a disease named after you?
Well, okay. If I was the one that characterized the disease, and that's why it was named after me, that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Were I the index case and it was named after me, no, I wouldn't like that at all.
Well, but I mean, even so, is like if you are the doctor who discovered it, everyone's going to associate your name with something horrid.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like Parkinson's. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It just sounds to me like it would not be as desirable as it first sounds.
I mean, I would rather achieve immortality for something that was not a disease process, yes.
I'd rather achieve immortality by not dying.
Oh, okay. There is where we differ. I don't know if I would want immortality. I really don't know.
Well, okay, I can see some benefits to immortality. For example, space travel.
Oh,
You know, I mean, even if we develop some sort of hyperdrive or warp drive or whatever, there's so much of just our galaxy to see, never mind the rest of the universe. Mind you, I'm not sure I'd want to necessarily survive the heat death of the universe, but man, do I want to go out exploring.
Yeah, now okay, I'm the pessimist around here. So the first thing that comes to my mind, but what of the boredom along the trip? If you launch out of a parking orbit here around Earth and you get to your destination in, I don't know, 200,000 or 300,000 years, solitaire is going to take you only so far.
Well, this is why I was talking about, like even if we have a warp drive or a hyperdrive or something, I mean, I know I've mentioned before playing around in Google Earth VR and like how kind of humbling it was to see how tiny the world I occupy actually is.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yes.
And yet how huge the planet is. Like when I say the world I occupy, I mean like my own personal bubble of where I live. And just like knowing how many stories there are just in San Diego, never mind the whole world.
Yeah.
It's crazy is what it is. And so I would love to be able to explore even just this planet, never mind going to other solar systems. How freaking cool would that be? And so if the travel time could be cut down to something reasonable, I'd love it.
Okay, so here I was thinking that you were talking about the immortality in order to survive the travel time. Okay, no. You want the immortality to have the time to go exploring, which is the
yes.
Yeah, okay. No, I got you.
Yes, exactly. I mean, how cool would that be?
That would.
So I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to be able to boldly go.
There we go. Yes, absolutely. Something I wouldn't mind. Aaron has talked about this, having the time machine where you can go observing. Now you cannot change anything in your destination time or anything like that, but you could go back a couple millennia to first century Palestine and go looking for Jesus, for example, and maybe you would find somebody by the name of Yeshua who was an itinerant faith healer or something. And wouldn't it be fun to actually see what the guy was like? Screw the stories in that fairy tale book. I mean, here's the guy.
I'd want the time machine that lets me interfere, because I'd go back with a SWAT team and tell them, I'd be like, well, okay, we're rescuing you. There'll be no Messiah on my watch, bitch.
Isn't there, oh Lord, isn't there a story with a plot like that?
I don't know about that, but there's a comic that has gone around with Arnold as the Terminator rescuing Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gosh,
but I mean, still, I mean, going back to first century Palestine, I would go back to the 80s, damn it. Well, and that's one thing that's actually always kind of bothered me about time travel, is they always go to the past. Like the only exceptions I can think of really are Back to the Future Part 2 and The Time Machine.
Okay, yeah. Now
And I mean, I would go to the future, get my spaceship, go back to the 80s, and then sack out.
Okay, then. Now, what comes to my mind when you say this is going to the past. All right, that's pretty well set in stone. I mean, you are going back to the past. What happened before right now? But when you're going to the future, which future? Because in a very real sense, every decision everyone makes, every action everyone takes, creates a new future.
Yes, but I'm a determinist.
Okay. Yeah, that's another area where we differ slightly, but vive la différence.
I challenge you to show me how determinism isn't the case. I double dog dare you to show me how determinism isn't the case.
Well, okay, that would take some work, a little bit more work than in the next 20 minutes or so. So we're going to have to do an entire series on that at one point or another. I know we are.
Well, I mean, all you have to do is show me how free will can break the natural order of the universe. That's all you got to do. But that essentially requires magic. That requires something be supernatural rather than natural. There's no other way to break determinism.
Because what I'm thinking of, okay, the first thing that comes to my mind, and I haven't had enough time to work this out, so there's probably so many holes in it, it looks like a block of Swiss cheese. If you're looking at the future, maybe it's not a future where a specific chain of specific events occurs. Rather, it's a probabilistic sort of thing.
But how?
But that's the part I haven't figured out yet. I mean, I really don't know how it would be.
Well, it sounds to me like wishful thinking.
Maybe it is. It's what I'd have to work on.
I mean, because let's put it this way. I mean, when have you ever seen the laws of physics broken?
The last time was when somebody got the laws of physics not quite correct, and they were a little bit mistaken. So, in other words, never.
Well, but I mean,
yeah, they've never been broken because they are the way things work. Yeah.
And if our brains are biological constructs which are following the natural laws as we know them, and probably the ones we don't know too, what would make our brain do something different than what it was going to do all along?
Well, that's what I really have to flesh out. I have to flesh out the mechanism.
Well, but that's the thing, because I don't think it's possible. I think that free will is an illusion, that we are slaves to our brain's biology. It just doesn't feel that way to us.
That is entirely possible. Yes, it is.
I think it's the most likely possibility. Of all the possibilities out there, it's the most likely. And so if I go to the future and you say, well, what future? The future that's going to happen.
Yeah, given a deterministic realm, yeah, there is only one possible future. Yeah.
And I mean, I challenge anyone to show me an example of causality being broken. I dare you.
Yeah, what I've got to do is, well, one of the things I suppose I have to do is go back into the library. I know I have a few volumes written by a few people who have done some thinking about this, and they've been around for a while, so these are physicists doing the writing now, and the things they had to say, go back and read that stuff, because I forget what it is they had to say. I mean, in some cases, it's been 40 years since I've read any of these books. I mean, some of them are dated back from 1980. God, it's amazing, isn't it, though? When I think, okay, dated back from 1980 doesn't seem like that long ago. 40 years ago seems a lot longer.
I mean, I know that feeling. Believe me, I do. Because, I remember childhood feeling like it took for frickin' ever. But, from graduating high school to now feels like an eye blink.
Yes.
And that's weird given just how much has happened in my life since then, but,
Yeah, I remember when I went to school first time around, first semester freshman year, took a very long time to pass by. Second semester took 2 weeks. It seemed like 2 weeks. It had begun and it was over already. So, I mean, just in that period, the time compression was amazing. And, yeah, well, I don't want to say too much. Well, everybody already knows I'm an old lady, but...
But still, I mean, again, I challenge anybody to show me an example of the universe not being deterministic. Because like the very existence of free will kind of requires magic. It requires a soul to be able to basically say, okay, this is the way things are going to be if they're left alone. But I have chosen to alter the course of the universe, essentially. I mean, a tiny, tiny part of it, but it's still altering the universe.
Yeah, because the whole determinism thing you're presenting here reminds me very much of the state of physics in the late 19th century. Say again?
I said, okay.
Yeah, where the prevailing attitude was, were we able to precisely measure the position and velocity, and let's remember that velocity has a direction, as it's defined there, of every particle in the universe, we could predict the future.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a matter of, performing the measurements and everything else like that. My understanding of physics is that was pretty much trashed by the discoveries that led to the theories of quantum physics, but I don't remember exactly how it trashed
Yeah, no,
it.
I agree that quantum physics does kind of break this a little, but it may just be that we don't quite understand it fully, and it's as deterministic as everything else seems to be.
Maybe.
But even so, its influence on the universe seems so minute that it's hard to imagine it doing much. And honestly, like a lot of people talk about the whole butterfly effect thing, and I'm like, thanks to inertia, I suspect that the butterfly effect won't have as big an impact as people think.
Okay. Yeah,
But On that, I freely admit to not being an expert, so I'm just guessing at that point.
Yeah, that whole butterfly effect thing, I mean, that's how some of the work being done works as far as, and the work is certainly not done by Americans, by the way. You discover an asteroid and you figure out, okay, it's gonna hit the Earth, so now, how do we save ourselves? And the butterfly effect is part of it, where you fly a spacecraft next to the asteroid, and the spacecraft's gravitational influence changes the trajectory of the asteroid by an amount so small you almost cannot measure it, but over the vast distance involved, it's significant, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but of course, we were going to do our best to do that anyway, because we are not free from determinism. It was built in from the start. This is one of the reasons why when you get like a theist who is arguing for free will, will say something like, well, if we're not in control of our actions, then why do we have a justice system? As if we somehow had a choice in whether we created a justice system. But if the universe is deterministic and our actions are predetermined, we didn't have a choice but to create a justice system.
Yeah, and then of course the theist needs that free choice element, because the whole thing that they're touting now anyway, let's remember, kids, Christianity right now is not the Christianity practiced 2,000 years ago anyway. They need that free will thing because we have to choose to follow their God or to condemn ourselves to their hell. And without that, and there's no choice in the matter. You're a Calvinist. What's the point? Yeah, they need to be able to blame you for something, and the only way they can blame you is the presence of free will.
But you also get those people who don't believe in free. Well, I mean, no, it's not that. It's that God knows everything, including the future, and therefore the universe is deterministic, and He set you up to fail.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, why bother?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's also silly, but I have yet to see anything to make me think that the universe is not completely deterministic. Nothing has even led me to suspect that it's not.
Oh my, I'm going to have to insert myself into some of the cadres of armchair philosophers that we've got running around the community. The nicer ones, okay? Not certain bugaboo people that you have a low opinion of.
Right. Well, okay, you remember I was having this back and forth with the one dude from 1 Minute Apologist named Tim something?
Yes.
And we, as like part of why I stopped talking to him was we were talking about famous philosophers throughout history, right? And at one point he said, well, here's what these philosophers say, and they're famous as philosophers. He was basically making an argument from authority.
Yes.
Fallacy. And I said to him, well, what if I have something to contribute to the conversation? And he was basically like, what makes you think you could possibly say anything that these guys haven't? What makes you think you're in the same league? And at that point I was like, yeah, at one point someone might have said that to them.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And, who's to say I couldn't have something to contribute to the world of philosophy? And he was like, my gosh, you're so arrogant. And at that point I was like, what, we're just done talking here.
Yeah. God, that sounds like my ex. Yeah.
All he wanted to do was parrot back their talking points. Like everything was already figured out and there was nothing new under the sun to talk about philosophically.
And if there's nothing new to figure out, what's the point? I mean, my whole thing is if there ever comes the day when there's nothing new to learn, it's time for me to cash in my chips.
Well, I think for him it was all about application at that point.
Okay, because, I can see that. And with my ex, it was all about perception, how she was perceived. You know,
Hmm.
I know all this because they wrote it down, and I'm better than you are because I know it all. It's like, well, fuck you.
Uh, I have to admit, I mean, I spent most of my formative years, let's call them, reading mostly sci-fi and fantasy.
Okay.
And I still do. I mean, I can't remember the last time I read something that was nonfiction. But then I meet all those people where they read as much as I did, but it was all like history books and reference manuals and philosophy and all this stuff.
I don't know
And I'm
anybody
like,
like that.
yeah. And I'm just like, did you ever just read for fun? Where it wasn't educational, you just wanted to be entertained, like watching a movie or a TV show?
Okay, now
And
here's
for most of them, that's a foreign concept.
okay, now here's where I differ from them in the sense that okay, I'm reading the technical manuals, I'm reading the biology textbooks. That is fun.
No,
I
but no.
consider that
It's fun
fun.
for no, it's fun for them too. It's fun for them too. But what I'm asking is, did you ever just read narrative fiction?
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
And was any of it based in a universe that's nothing like ours? Was it sci-fi? Was it fantasy?
Yes, both.
Okay, because I mean, a lot of these people didn't. Like
Okay.
they could spew out every fact there was about, say, the Russian Revolution or something, but if I were to ask them about, say, the Vorkosigan saga or the Vlad Teltos series, they'd be like, "Huh?"
I'm
So
not
I
necessarily
don't know.
familiar with all of the authors or anything like that, but I'm familiar with enough of them. I mean, my favorite author is Vonnegut, for example. I love the way he saw the world and the way he described the world he saw. The older science fiction, Jules Verne or H.G. Wells. God, I love that shit. Um,
Yeah, but see, that's really old stuff, though. I mean, and okay, a lot of the older sci-fi authors. I'm looking at you, Ray Bradbury. I'm looking at you, Arthur C. Clarke. Had this tendency to ignore character in favor of situations,
yes, I
and like
grant you
the
that.
characters were secondary to the story at best.
Mm-hmm.
And like the best books, the best novels are ones that draw me in because of the people involved. You know, like
Yeah.
I love reading about Miles Verkosigan. I love reading about Vlad Taltosh. I love reading, well, I used to love reading about Honor Arrington until basically every story was repetitive and she was the worst of the worst Mary Sues. But I mean, I love that sort of thing. And reading like Asimov and Ray Bradbury and all of those guys, it was all about the situation, and the characters were just there to, well, I want to say just there to hold the guns, but they weren't necessarily shooting at anybody. You know what I'm saying? Is
Yes, I do.
they were there to
Yes.
push. They were there to push the buttons. They were
Yes.
they were just there because you had to have someone doing stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it just it yeah, whatevs. But I mean, I can't really wrap my head around not reading for pure entertainment. It doesn't compute in my head. Like I want my laser guns and robots and spaceships and dragons and magic and all that stuff, because I don't get that in the real world, and I think the real world would be so much cooler if it had that in it, but it doesn't. So this is my only avenue of finding it.
Yes, indeed. And then the world that contained, let's see, electric cats that could shoot laser beams from their eyes and destroy creationists. And no, oh,
Okay.
I was just being stupid,
Sure.
stupidly silly.
Mm. Oh, I don't know if you saw it, but there was a night like a week ago or something where I was super bored and was asking for suggestions of what to do. I think it might have actually been Natja who suggested this, that I get really stoned and write a story.
Oh my!
And so I wrote this 5-page thing. I think it was 5 pages that was sort of like a parody of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, well.
And I mean, I need to go back and reread it sober, but I remember what I wrote was silly in just the right way. And I was trying to channel Douglas Adams while I was doing it.
All
So
right. So
yeah.
is your Pulitzer in the mail?
probably not. Probably
Oh,
not.
shit.
Let me see if I can find it. It's on my Google Docs somewhere. Where's I haven't navigated this in so long. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Here we go. Yes, that's the one. It's called Hi There Everybody, with hi spelled the way you'd expect.
Okay, then.
Let me put the URL in the chat, and you guys can read it anytime you like.
Yay.
But there.
Wait a minute. There we are. Oh,
Well, okay, the very first
I
two
want to see that I can
sentences
get
are
to it.
if there is one thing the
Ah.
night wasn't, dark and stormy was it. Also, that's two things. Also, that's two things.
Yeah,
and
definitely
next-
channeling Adams.
And the next paragraph is, and nobody got murdered, which would be considered quite unusual if anybody happened to think about it, which they didn't.
All right. Yes.
Yeah, so I was channeling Douglas Adams, and I was also high as a kite. So
Now you have me thinking of Elton John. Thank you.
uh,
Rocket Man.
oh yeah, I'm not a fan.
They have to be stars.
Although
Otherwise,
it's
how can
kind
they
of
move
funny,
like
this. I hope you can see this is from an old nickname.
that? Okay.
Has not a damn thing whatsoever to do with Elton John.
Moo.
It's actually its origins are kind of filthy, actually.
Okay.
Well, okay, see, the girl I moved to Seattle for, Kylie,
Mm-hmm.
had a weird thing for lube. And despite the fact that it's usually preferred by gay men, she was partial to Astroglide because, and I quote, it makes you fuck like a rocket.
Okay, then.
And so, like I told this story to a friend of mine after Kylie and I had broken up, and they went, "What? So should we call you Rocket Girl from now on?" And I was called that for many years. And so I designed a logo for it and got it etched permanently into my flesh.
Yay.
Yeah, like I say, it's a thing that happened.
Yes, many things happen.
And I mean, it helps that it's kind of sci-fi-ish.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, many things happen, and some of them are actually worth memorializing. This may be one of those.
Yeah. Well, like I say, the origins of the name are kind of filthy. But, that's kind of part of its appeal, isn't it?
Pretty much. Yeah,
So-
the humans have this tendency, for the prurient interests and all that shit. Yes.
Yeah.
And then,
I'm playing this game here, and I wonder what would happen if I just left it up and running overnight and, came back and saw what had evolved.
that's an interesting thought. Yes.
But I also don't know how much evolution actually takes place on its own and how much I have to do.
Okay then. And that's one of the things I'd like to find out once. Yes, I'm pretty darn sure. I'm like 99% sure that I am going to buy this game, and that is one of the things I think I'd like to do is start with baseline here and then go to there. How long does that take? And then from over there to over the other there, how long does evolution speed up as it progresses, as it appears to have done here on Earth? Questions like
Actually, kind of. I have gotten to a certain point with the creatures I've built, like in a different terrarium, where, yeah, they like once you got crustaceans, it started going pretty quick.
that. Okay then. I see a kitty face in the fleurs. Are you eating my fleurs?
Oh, I thought you meant on my end. Xander's standing on the air conditioner.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, I don't see him. Not in
Well,
this.
that's because he's being blocked by the chair.
Okay, I didn't know.
Let me.
Oh, hi there, Xander. Yay!
I have had to extricate him from the Venusian blinds. And he keeps
Oh.
knocking over my VR sensor, my rear VR sensor.
Okay, so with this, you've got sensors around the room that figure out
There's
where you
one
are.
there, one there, one back there. Now, one thing that's kind of wacky about that is like you can't see them with your eyes, but the headset and the hand grips are all letting out these like IR signals that the sensors are reading.
Ah,
But if you take a photo of these things while they're running using a cell phone, you can totally see the lights.
okay then.
Actually, let me see. Okay, let me fire this up and grab one of my controllers. Maybe I can show it on camera. But, oh yeah, you can sort of see them.
Oh,
Yeah, that's like
okay.
a
It's
faintly
a sort of a
pulsing.
purplish thing.
You see those around the ring there?
Yes.
Those little lights? Yeah, you
They-
cannot see those with the naked eye. It's not possible.
Oh my, okay then.
But the
So-
camera can pick them up.
And then somewhere between the camera and screen, they are turned into something we can see. Okay then. Yay.
Yeah, it's a little odd, but yeah.
And again, that is
Okay.
yes. God, I'm weird. Oh, for the love of St. Claude, I ought to look at the things that are going on over here. I haven't looked at this in a while. I didn't notice you come in, BJ8. Hi. That was, oh my word, that was almost 10 minutes ago. I am so sorry.
One thing that someone did once that honestly was not what I was after, but it was close, was it was called The High Crusade. I'm trying to remember who wrote it. I think it was like Paul Anderson or something. I'll have to look. Where it's like medieval England and it's invaded by aliens.
Ooh.
Now, the problem with it that I had was that they were not the, abducting and probing aliens, the crop circle aliens. That was the part where I was disappointed because that is what I wanted.
Okay then.
Like medieval peasant farmers are going, why have my cattle been mutilated? That kind of thing. It might not actually be medieval England the way I'd do it. It would probably be like a D&D or Lord of the Rings style universe where there's magic. And so they have to fight the aliens with like wizards and shit. But that I think would be a really fun concept to see realized. I had an idea for turning it into a board game at one point, but I cannot seem to get the rules right.
Okay then.
Yeah, it's like everything I come up with has some way it's broken. So, but I was gonna call it Abductions and Dragons.
Oh, I remember you. Yeah, I remember that title that you had mentioned it. Yes.
So I mean, maybe I'll find some other way to do that, like write a story about it or something. Although I'm in the middle of a different story entirely, which is actually going much better than anything else I've ever written.
Yay.
So, yeah. Well, because like I had this sudden insight and everything came together at once. And I was like, ooh, I can make this happen. Like it's very sort of Joseph Campbell Hero's Journey-y.
Okay then.
And it's set in kind of a post-apocalyptic universe where the nukes opened up some rip in space-time, and these gigantic creatures, I hesitate to call them aliens, but these creatures came through this rift in space-time and are now trying to take over the Earth. But the thing is that they're huge, and they regard humanity as vermin, and do not make any attempt to communicate.
Ooh.
And who knows if they're able. But the whole thing is that humans are living in this nuclear winter, and I did make it nuclear winter instead of a Mad Max style desert.
Okay.
And like these things, they call them the stompers, because as often as not, they'll just squish humans underfoot. But they also are able to like use this biological spray that will basically make humans dissolve. Essentially, it's like acid.
Oh, wow.
And so humans are just trying to survive in this wasteland, and not get found by these stompers. And also the main character has these like psychic visions that are part of the rip in space-time, where it's introducing the supernatural into our world. It's subverting determinism, the way I was saying that a soul would have to be magical. And I based all of this on my experience, number one, with cockroaches in my apartment. And I figured out how they're getting in finally, so I'm killing them off and all of that. But number two, with my seizures. You know,
Okay,
the
then.
visions that this character is having are remarkably similar to the epilepsy I had.
Okay, then.
And so I realized, why not make it so that the visions this character is having as a result of that rip in space-time will eventually enable her to use like a kind of supernatural force to fight off the stompers.
Mm-hmm.
And she ends up meeting her Obi-Wan, her Merlin, her Gandalf, her Dumbledore in a forgotten library. And he teaches her to read and teaches her history and all of this stuff, and starts teaching her science. And that's when they start figuring out about this rip in space-time kind of thing.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm only on like chapter 2. It's about 8-10 pages long, but I really like what I've got so far.
Well, I like that you like what you've got.
Yeah,
Can we
I think the
extend the chain
concept
any
could
further?
work as a story.
What?
I think the concept can work as a story. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what I eventually end up building, but I'm enthusiastic enough about it to continue it, where before I've had times where I've like created interesting characters, maybe an interesting world, but no plot. Or I have a plot, but no characters. And I don't really know what to create to have them be and I'm worried that they'll just be there to hold the guns, like so many characters in movies these days.
Okay, then, yes.
But this time it all came together. I knew the characters, I knew the plot, I knew the world. Everything came together at once, and I was like, ooh, I can do this.
Any of what I had ever tried as far as writing anything like that was concerned, I was never any good at character development.
Well, like I say, that like the whole integrating the hero's journey, Joseph Campbell's style, was so easy to do with this idea I had. I mean, so easy to do.
Oh my! Now you've got me thinking of pulling down the power of myth and rereading that.
So, I mean, and of course, George Lucas used that whole thing to create Star Wars.
Yes.
So, you know. Also, I'm still having that stupid argument with people about whether Star Wars is sci-fi or fantasy. And what I'm realizing now that the argument I need to use is, if it's anything, it's not fantasy, it's a samurai movie. I mean, Lucas based it off of Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress.
Okay, then.
And, you know, you got the dude who teaches Luke how to fight with a sword,
Mm-hmm.
just the way that a samurai might do with you know, their apprentice or whatever it's called. And, you know, and hell, R2 and 3PO are just like the two characters that get caught up in this big, like elaborate epic where they kind of didn't mean to in The Hidden Fortress. You know, like in The Hidden Fortress, and I haven't seen it, I've just read about it, but these two peasants who think they have some sort of get-rich-quick scheme end up like following a bunch of samurai into battle or something. They're just hapless with this whole thing going on around them. Like, how the hell did we get into this?
And then this is the sort of thing that makes one think and wonder, are there any new stories? You know, I don't want to make it
Kinda.
sound less than it is, but I mean, is it the same half dozen themes over and over again?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I've read a lot of stories that were nothing like this. So,
Okay, then, so that would mean, yeah, that there are new stories possibly, and that would be a good thing.
yeah. And then there's the people who quite blatantly rip off other things and stick them in other genres. I'm looking at you, David Weber, for the Honor Harrington series, which is just Horatio Hornblower in space with a female protagonist.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
So,
Well, whatever reading there is to do is going to have
oh
to
my
read
gosh, is Honor Harrington a Mary Sue like you wouldn't believe? Oh, seriously, this woman is perfect in every freaking way. It's clearly wish fulfillment on the part of the author, David Weber.
Mm-hmm.
But what you gonna do?
Tayo Corasto. No, I don't know what I just said. Anyway.
Left. I choose left. That's the way I choose.
Okay, fine. But wait, you can't. Because the
Can't I?
the universe is deterministic. So you couldn't choose left. You were destined to go left from the very beginning of time. I'm just being a piece of shit here.
Choice was not actually necessary. I will be going left. You just said any way. My way is left.
There you
Predetermined or not.
There we are. There we are.
Yep.
It works.
Yep.
Oh, boy, shit.
Man, it's like almost 7. I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm trying to
no.
decide if I want to go get that pizza or if I'm too lazy.
Oh, my. Will they let you out in public to go get it?
Oh, sure. I just have to hazmat up.
Okay, okay. I didn't know if there were curfews or anything like that.
Not that I've heard of,
Okay.
but well, I can look it up easily enough. San Diego curfew. No, I did not ask for juvenile law.
Because I guess there
Well-
are some places that have them.
Yeah. One thing I did notice a couple of times they're both flying choppers. And granted, this is a Navy town, but it's been more than a year since they flew over the city like that. I find myself wondering, like, were they looking for people? You know, like people breaking quarantine.
Yeah, you never know. Really.
Let's see. Steps the city is taking. I do not see anything about a curfew.
Okay, then.
Yeah, limiting gatherings. Yes.
Because around here, I don't know if they're doing it voluntarily or if they're being ordered to do it. Everybody pretty much rolls up the sidewalk at about 8 p.m.
Let's see. Okay. Well, I don't see anything at all about that. Let's see. Let's look here. Bronx Pizza. You guys have parking. Who's from New York? Wow. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who work at Bronx Pizza are from New York. Yay! Do you guys serve beer? Answer, we have root beer.
All right. You know, Now that you mention it, I have not had root beer in about 11,000 years. I may have to do something about that.
I am of the opinion that root beer is the correct and proper beverage to have with pizza.
Okay. Because the other thing I haven't had in a dog's age is a Boston Cooler. Are you familiar
I
with
don't know what that is. Never heard of it.
a root beer float? Root beer and vanilla ice cream.
Oh. Why didn't you just say root beer float?
I was curious as to whether or not you knew that some people called it a Boston Cooler.
I have never in my life heard that term until now.
Okay. That's something.
The one thing I don't like about Bronx Pizza, they don't take cards. You have to pay in cash.
Oh my. Yeah, that would really cramp my style.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? They're probably not still open. I think their hours changed for the pandemic. Fuck.
Yeah,
I might
that's
have
what
to-
I was wondering.
What?
That's what I was wondering about changes of hours due to the pandemic.
I mean, well, yeah, but it's not something that is like by law. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I may have to, if I really desperately want pizza, I may have to do Domino's again.
Now this is interesting. In Detroit, a Boston Cooler is Verner's ginger ale and vanilla ice cream.
Hmm.
Huh.
I've seriously never heard that term until now.
And yeah, as far as I am concerned, Verner's is a bunch of crap. It used to
Oh,
be.
wait a minute. It says here on Wikipedia, unlike a float, however, a Boston Cooler is blended like a thick milkshake. So
Oh.
it's not a float.
Okay, then, well, it wouldn't be the first time Clevelanders really screwed something up compared to the rest of the country or the rest of the world.
What's funny though, well, no, it says right here though, the root beer float was invented by Robert McKay Green in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1874 during the Franklin Institute's semi-centennial celebration. The traditional story is that on a particularly hot day, Mr. Green ran out of ice for the flavored drinks he was selling and used vanilla ice cream from a neighboring vendor, inventing a new drink. But he apparently tells a different story about that. Let's see, regional names. In Australia and New Zealand, an ice cream float is known as a spider because once the carbonation hits the ice cream, it forms a spider web-like reaction. Weird.
Okay.
Okay, so it says here in the United States, an ice cream soda typically refers to the drink containing soda water, syrup, and ice cream, whereas a float is generally ice cream and a soft drink, usually root beer.
Yeah, I get that difference, yes.
Now, what's funny is it says that the origin of the term Boston Cooler lies in Detroit, Michigan,
Yes.
the city in which Fred Sanders is credited with inventing the ice cream soda. Boston comes from the street north of the New Center area, a historic neighborhood known as Boston Edison. So the name has no apparent connection to Boston, Massachusetts, where the beverage is virtually unknown.
Okay, then, because yeah, that's what I discovered just now, and I discovered that according to the source I found, the traditional Boston Cooler is Verner's ginger ale, and I guess it has to be Verner's with vanilla ice cream. Say again?
But it does say that a Boston Cooler is typically composed of Verner's ginger ale and vanilla ice cream. It says it right here.
Yeah. And I won't go near Verner's anymore. I used to love Verner's because the recipe changed somewhere along the line.
Oh.
And yeah, the old Verner's, the Verner's I know and love, was closer to Stewart's ginger ale that you can still get now. Where now it isn't quite as spicy anymore. And it's just bland, and I can't stand the stuff.
Okay, I'm seeing some variations on here that are kind of fucked up. The purple cow.
I've heard of it.
In
I
the
can't remember
context
what it
of
is.
ice cream soda, a purple cow is vanilla ice cream and purple grape soda.
Ah, that's the better one.
Now here's Vaca Preta, at least in Brazil and Portugal, a non-alcoholic ice cream soda made by combining vanilla ice cream and Coca-Cola. Apparently Vaca Preta is black cow translated.
Oh, so drink your
let's
big
see.
black cow and get out of here. Okay.
Helado Flotante. In Mexico, the most popular version is made with cola and lemon sherbet. Now, here's one that freaks me right the hell out, is the beer float. Guinness Stout, chocolate ice cream, and espresso.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh God, Guinness is heavy enough, let alone ice cream in there. And just no.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and it says melon cream soda. Is cream soda with melon flavor, probably ramune, I would guess, is a common drink in Japan. Melon soda is served with ice and a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top.
Whoa. I suppose.
Now, I will never, ever understand the appeal of an egg cream, and I will never understand the name of it because there's no fucking egg in it.
Or cream. As far as I understand,
Well,
isn't
it's got milk, if not cream.
Okay. I forget what goes into it. I know that soda is
Oh, I
involved.
got it right here.
Oh,
Egg cream is a cold beverage consisting of milk, carbonated water, and flavored syrup, typically chocolate or vanilla. Despite the name, the drink contains neither eggs nor cream. Now, it's disgusting because the carbonated water is utterly unsweetened. And so it's like drinking fizzy tap water with a little bit of flavor in it, because the syrup and the ice cream, or sorry, the flavored syrup does nothing to help cut that seltzer water flavor.
okay. Now, is this the traditional, or at least the stuff that I remember, that tastes rather salty as well as carbonating?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that and the
gross.
milk together would be like, wait a minute.
But even if it's not, I'm sorry, but just carbonated water with no flavoring is nasty. I mean, maybe it's a super taster thing, but it's gross.
Yeah, I have been known to drink the occasional club soda,
Ugh.
but not all that often, really.
Ugh. I mean, yuckity. But, you know, one thing I actually did a couple of days ago, I hadn't just sat down to a pint of Ben & Jerry's for a while. I made it last several days, but it'd been a while since I just bought ice cream and brought it home. And I feel like a bad Vermonter for not having Ben & Jerry's as much.
Okay. I don't know. I may I may grab a pint of Ben & Jerry's one day. I haven't had anything like that in a long time. Now, one of the things I like, and this, okay, gives you an idea how weird I am, the cheap-ass vanilla ice cream that has a whole shitload of cornstarch in it to give it body. It's nothing like a premium ice cream or anything like that, but it's strangely appealing to me. Just like the cheap-ass whipped topping. It's like Cool Whip, but it is not Cool Whip. It does not have the brand name. Yeah, and I'll actually put it in the freezer for a while and actually freeze it, which Cool Whip will not freeze, and eat it out of the tub. Okay, then.
That is the original Ben & Jerry's store. It was made out of a garage. It's not there anymore, but damn it, I ate there as a kid.
Alrighty then, yeah, that has the the service station look to it, doesn't it? The two bays and then the
I
office
remember
or whatever.
inside they had those tubs that were churning the ice cream, spinning around. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I remember you could just watch them make the ice cream right the hell there.
My, oh my, oh my. I didn't realize it was that, I'm going to call it that late. Founded in 1978.
But I mean, I remember eating at the very first Ben and Jerry's. It's I won't say it's a point of pride, but it's definitely part of my history that is hard to forget.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like I was eating Ben and Jerry's before any of you fuckers. I was eating Ben and Jerry's before you even heard of them.
Easily. Yeah.
And I remember one thing I remember very distinctly is the original design of the pint containers had this picture on it right here.
Okay.
This. They don't use this anymore. But I remember it very distinctly. So,
Moo.
do we know Master Zenith?
Master Zenith. I vaguely remembered that name. My, oh my. I cannot remember what is attached to that name, however. The name is vaguely familiar, but not familiar enough to bestow a spanner yet.
Does the Zenith company still exist? You remember, like, they would make
remember.
TVs and shit?
I remember them. I'm going to find out.
I just found something interesting.
What does you
Mind you, it's
finding?
not quite what I want, but interesting. Apparently, Ben and Jerry's might well be making pot ice cream.
Oh, right. And I looked up Zenith Electronics, and the descriptions all involve the present tense.
Oh,
So
I just remember that like lightning bolt logo
yes,
of theirs.
they're still using that logo. Yeah, I remember one set of grandparents had a Zenith television, and I think the portable that the slimy bastards had was a Zenith. And then, of course, they paid $1,500 for a Curtis Mathis television, and
Frank.
they never watched it.
Master Zenith is saying Frank.
Oh, now I remember. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
how
yes.
in Hades do you not know Ben and Jerry's? They're the ice cream company.
Yes,
But,
now I
the-
remember, Frank. Yeah, it's just, I'm an old lady. My memory's giving out on me.
And when I was having seizures, it killed my ability to remember people's names. Like names and faces are not as disconnected as they were, but still disconnected.
Moo. Many much moo. Yes, we do speak on
But-
Twitter.
But that the thing they were showing with the ice cream, the pot ice cream, was CBD and not THC, so not interested, but still.
Moo. I
Yeah.
has to look at the Zenith, however, and see what they are making anymore, if they are making anything. What do we have? Okay, here we go. The quality goes in before the name goes on, of course. LG Electronics acquired a controlling share of Zenith in 1995. Zenith became a wholly owned subsidiary in 1999. Zenith was the inventor of subscription television and the modern remote control, and the first to develop HDTV in North America. Oh, okay.
Maybe this is it. I'm trying to find a good picture of the old Vermonster Sundae. Because I'm seeing like the modern versions, but not the original, where it was just this gigantic ass bowl filled with every flavor of ice cream they have.
You've described that. That would have to have been an interesting dessert to eat. Yes.
Well, I mean, usually it was reserved for things like birthday parties.
Yes.
You know. Oh, this looks like it might be. No, that's not it. And there's lots of little Vermontisms that I remember from childhood that honestly here on the West Coast we have what those things refer to, but they don't call them that here. Like, for example, soft serve ice cream in Vermont and possibly lots of other parts of New England are just called creamies, but they're not spelled Creamies. It's Cremees, are creamies.
Sounds kind of dirty, actually.
Yeah, but when you're like a kid and kind of naive, not so much.
Oh my word, look at that. Zenith got started as a small producer of amateur radio equipment. I'm trying to remember who had a controlling interest in Heathkit. If it was these
Never
people.
heard of it.
It was a company that sold electronic kits. You could buy a stereo amplifier as a kit and build it at home.
So these right here are, like I said, creamies. The problem is that this is not the way they make them in most of Vermont, because you see this sort of spirally swirly thing?
Yes.
The way they're supposed to be made is these little sort of spheroids on top of each other.
Oh, I know that stacking arrangement. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not finding a picture of it. Is frustrating, actually. Wow, creamy ice cream. Looking it up, all of the like suggested refinements of the search that Google has: Burlington, Vermont, South Burlington, Burlington Bay. It's like the first three. Ooh, and then they list Al's French fries.
Oh my.
This is like my childhood in a Google search.
And now you get me thinking again. I had thought that I'd want to make some, and then maybe I'll have to, next time I go across the highway, buy a bag of potatoes and make some French fries. I haven't made some French fries in quite a while. I mean, I've got the, it's called a mandoline. It's not the musical instrument. It's a slicer, where I can make the French fries by myself, and then I have the fryer where I can fry them by myself, and that'd be a whole bunch of fun. Yeah, I'd like that. And all I'd have to do is get the tartar sauce.
I really hate Google's autocorrect because it keeps trying to change like the word creamy into something else. I mean, I realize it's not the standard spelling. I realize that, but it's still a thing.
Oh my.
But I remember part of my childhood, like every summer, me and like my friend Brooke and a bunch of other folks, we would go up to our parents. We want creamies, and we'd all go out to like Al's French fries and shit and get creamies. And I don't know, like I'm sure it's illegal now, but I remember us riding in the back of Brooke's dad's pickup truck. No seatbelts. It's not covered. We're just sitting in the bed of the truck, driving around.
Oh, of course it's illegal. Yeah.
Yeah, but this was the 80s, and people hadn't yet realized that you need a helmet just to walk. But yeah, I whatever.
Daporozhnia.
Yeah, ich delete that button, skitter that button, chew.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
We seriously had a shit to talk about.
I don't know. And yeah, we've only been at this for what, 3.5 hours?
Has it really only been that long?
Well, not quite, but close enough. I have 20 hours, and we started at 1900 hours. Actually started more or
Well-
less on time.
Yeah. I don't have much else to say at the moment.
Oh my, does that mean we were actually going to have to roll up the sidewalk and go home? Gee, I don't know, man.
Possibly. I mean, it is getting on toward dinner time for me. I haven't eaten in quite a while.
Oh my,
I take that back. I take that back. I did have we were talking about that bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios I had right before the show.
Move beef. Okay, yes.
You know, that was just a stopgap is what that was.
Okay, then, yeah. I'm trying to. Oh, I know what I had. Yes. I made scrambled eggs and breakfast sausage. That's what I did. Yeah, that was.
So, I'm going to look this up. I want to know why they're called scrambled. Because in my world, if you like for anything other than eggs, a scramble is moving really fast and probably frantically.
I wonder if they are named for the way they are made. You know, where you get a whisk in there and you go whisk really quickly and stuff like that. Maybe.
But that's hardly a scramble. You know, that's just swirling. It's not like I've I have to do this quickly or else they'll get me. It's like time's running out. There's a proper recipe. It doesn't seem to say on the Wikipedia why they're called that.
Let's see. Where does the name?
I kind of. Actually, you know what?
Scrambled.
I have those frozen burger patties in my freezer. I can have food.
Oh my.
Yeah. The only thing is, like I suppose I can cook the burger first and then put it in a stir fry, or I can try to defrost it in the microwave and then cut it up before I cook it.
There
But
you
why am I
go.
thinking about making stir fries? I don't have any rice anymore.
Oh no. What, is there none to be found in the neighborhood, or?
Yeah, unless I want rice-a-roni, I can't get rice.
Wow. That's
Which is
horrible.
weird because pasta's everywhere, but I can't get rice.
God, that's horrible.
Mhm.
I haven't looked for rice in this neighborhood lately because I've got, oh Christ, at least 15 pounds of the stuff. But I know I'm going to go to the store, if not tomorrow, then I'm going to go Thursday. So while I'm there, I'm going to have to try to remember to look to see if they have rice. I guess what, everybody's buying rice because you can keep it around and stuff and everything. And I don't know.
How long does it take rice to go bad? Does it go bad? I mean, it must. They make rice wine.
Yeah, I'm thinking it can go bad, but it takes a lot longer than I want to sit and wait. Because
There we go. How long does it take for rice to go bad? Is it 4 to 6? Oh, but no, I'm not asking about cooked rice. Uncooked rice to go bad. Okay, placed in the pantry in an airtight sealed container, brown rice can last up to 6 months. But by placing the container of rice into the refrigerator, the rice has double the shelf life than when kept out, meaning it lasts up to 12 months.
Okay. Move beef.
Yeah, All right, well, that explains why I've never gotten sick after like waiting weeks to make a stir fry and then
And I guess
Yeah.
the way the rice would go bad would be by the naturally occurring oils or fats or whatever going rancid.
Now I'm looking here. There's a site literally called doesitgobad.com.
All right.
Uh,
Yeah, you never thought you needed that site, did you? Well, you do now.
I actually looked up a thing that I'd been curious about for ages, like the expiration date on food.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, like, okay, that's probably when it goes bad, as long as you don't open it. So how long after you open something is it still good to eat?
Okay,
And it turns out not very long. But also, there is so much leeway. Like the expiration date that's actually on food is not when it expires. There's like a couple of weeks or a week or something after that expiration date that it's still good. They just padded it so that if someone eats it on the day that it is expected to go bad, they won't get sick and sue the company.
Okay, then, so that's how they did it. Okay.
Mhm.
What I was thinking of was the difference between it not looking good anymore and it being bad. Like a banana will turn brown and then black as it sits there, but you can still eat the damn thing for a while.
Yeah, I was thinking about packaged food,
Mule beef. Oh man, I'm looking at the eggs here. Wow. What do we have here? Ooh, I like this. Okay, it looks like it would be pronounced poki poki, a Filipino dish consisting of grilled eggplants with sauteed garlic, tomatoes, and shallots, and scrambled eggs.
Well, screw eggplants, blah. But the rest of it doesn't sound so bad.
Actually, right, yeah. I mean, well, okay, and then of course what I should have done is I should have done the Terry Jones thing and at the end added, and spam,
Well,
but yeah.
I got curious and tried spam a while back, and it's not as bad as implied, but it's not good. I got about a quarter of the way through it over the course of several days and then threw it out.
Okay, I don't mind it that much when it's fried.
Well, that's what I did with it.
Okay, yeah, slice it rather thinly. And there are people who eat the stuff right out of the can. Which,
Yeah, I'm sure there are, but ew.
yeah, I know, it's covered with the gelatin stuff and everything else, and it's like, no, thank you.
Actually, I think the gelatin isn't there anymore. Either that or it was left out of the can I bought.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah. But because it's weird. It seems like it should be meat that's just like ham, but it seems to be like some sort of puree.
Yes. Yeah, I guess it's whatever they can't sell as is, ground up and stuffed into a can.
But the way it looks like a slab of ham.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a slab of just like it's not one solid bit that was carved off of the pig at one time.
Right.
So, I don't know.
What the heck is this?
Reminds me of that thing I love to bring up from the Grand Theft Auto series. Like, they have the fake radio stations while you're driving around in the car, and one of them had an ad for Splat, which is spreadable lips, anuses, and teats.
All right.
I love the jingle, spreadable lips, anuses, and teats. Splat, the yummy alterna meat. Remember, if it spits, craps, or squirts, it's in there.
Oh my. Yeah, sort of like Beak and Claw, and what is the other one? Something and Assholes, I forget.
Lips and Assholes.
There we are, okay.
That's from, well, I remember it from The Great Outdoors. I think it's The Great Outdoors. It's the one with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd.
Okay then.
Yeah.
This is
It's one of my favorite 80s movies, even though it's mildly obscure.
alrighty then, that sounds good. I like that. Yes.
Yeah, loves me the 80s I does. And I gotta tell you, kind of miss John Candy.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Be Mindful's here.
Yeah, she's been here for a while. She's a big sweetie.
Well, okay. Be Mindful is back.
Yes. Okay. Anyway.
That was it.
That was the
That was the intermission music at the end of Holy Grail, isn't it?
Yes, it also appeared in the middle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Moo. Yeah, you walked into your pretty much your usual Tuesday evening fare on this on this channel. Oh, bourgeois moi, I don't know anymore.
Bourgeois moil.
Yes, and I guess there are people who like this stuff because they keep showing up. I mean, no accounting for taste, but what the hell. Like I always say, I do this for them, and great having you here helping me do it, Kate. What the heck? Wouldn't have it any other way
I'm not sure how
anymore.
much longer I'm going to last, though. Because I
What?
really do need to eat at some point.
Oh, you mean today? Okay. For a minute
Yeah.
there, my heart skipped a beat. I thought you were talking about retiring.
No, of course I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about tonight.
Oh, bourgeois. Yeah, well, that's not
I
that.
already told you I'm hungry.
That's not that bad an idea. Yeah, it's. I'm really not all that good anymore at doing 12-hour live streams. It's been a while since I've tried to do one. No, I'm not going to try to do one anytime soon. I've got stuff to do over here. Gods, man. What I'm hoping for is that I do not miss the delivery of the monitor and the cables tomorrow. It's supposed to get here tomorrow. I can miss the delivery of the power cables. Those are just for convenience. I don't absolutely need those to do anything. But yeah, to go any further with this, I've got to have the monitor here. I've got to have the monitor cables, and so get that stuff in and do all the work over here. And like I say, well, sometime between tomorrow and Sunday, I'm going to try to do one from the laptop. So we'll see if we can manage to do that, and this way I won't have to kill myself trying to get the thing running by Sunday, because it may take me a while to get this stuff going. Everything always takes longer than you expect.
Well, then I guess what you should do is keep your expectations kind of low.
There we are.
This is going to take 30 seconds. That'll take longer than you expect.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, there were some times I would complain about being lonely, and my cousin, well, you have to lower your standards. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, will you?
I've had people try to tell me that, I let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm like, no, I'm looking for good enough. But the problem is that good enough might be a higher standard than you're good enough. But I'm still looking for just plain good enough. And the way I've been describing it lately, and I wish I could have described this to my parents in my childhood, was no, I don't expect it to be perfect, but I have goals that I'm trying to achieve. And if I don't achieve them, then all of it's for nothing. So it's not that it needs to be perfect, it needs to be good enough to achieve the goal. And anything on top of that is a bonus. And,
Okay.
you know, as like an 8-year-old, I couldn't have articulated it quite that well.
Okay, then.
And I wish I could have, because it would have saved me a lot of headache dealing with my parents who thought that I was just too goddamn picky, which I wasn't. I was just trying to accomplish something.
I admit to being picky, but that's beside the point.
And, these days, my standards for certain things are actually, I won't say unreasonable at all. Like, say if I'm trying to get into a relationship, you mentioned being lonely. One of my standards is no fucking addicts.
There you go.
Been
There
on
you
that road
go.
twice, never doing it again. And so, you know, that I think that's a quite reasonable standard.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I have a standard that's likely got me into all the trouble I'm in. Is I really prefer to associate with someone with a mental capacity equal to or greater than my own. That ain't easy, kids.
See, that's one I'm quite willing to relax on. I'm looking for someone fun, someone that is, I'm trying to find a way to describe my standards of attractiveness that don't sound shallow as fuck. I'm not looking for a 10, people, but I'm also not looking for a 3. But, you know, I'm someone at least relatively close. You know, I have never dated anyone older than me ever.
There's always a first time. Shut up, Clarion.
But, you know, like hell, even Kylie was like, what, a year and a half younger than me? I don't know. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, my standards are not that high, I don't think. I am not sure. Like, suppose I found someone who fit all my criteria, but also had a kid. And I don't know what I'd do in that case. Because honestly, like I've said many times, I don't want to raise a kid. Cats are enough responsibility for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I suppose that there may or may not be a difference between, okay, somebody who really fits everything and has a kid, difference, the kid's 8 years old or the kid's 28.
Well, there is that too.
Yeah, but, you know, who knows?
So, okay, weird question. And this
Yes,
may
Jeff.
not be one that should be answered. How old is Mama Atheist? Do you know?
I believe she's in her mid-40s. I believe you and she are about the same age.
Okay, because I look at her kid and I'm going, you look too young to have a kid that old.
She is too young to have a kid that old. No, that. Yeah, she was quite young when she had the kid.
Yeah. I don't know. There's someone like that in my gaming group as well. She looks way too young to have a child, but she does, and her kid's like sort of at the high end of elementary school at this point, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, well. But yeah, it's just no. The perfect is not the. Well, okay, along similar lines. You know Jeff D from the Atheist Experience.
Not very well at all.
All right, well, we're Facebook friends, and I actually had no idea he watches my videos, but apparently he does. And we were arguing about presidential candidates, Democrat candidates, and he tried to accuse me of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I'm like, no, I had first, second, and third choices, but the point is that they have to be an actual good, not a lesser evil. But somehow the concept just didn't land for him. And it doesn't land for a lot of people where they go, well, he's better than Trump. And I'm like, yeah, but he's not going to be a net positive for the country, is he? Biden is not going to do anything particularly progressive. I mean, he flat out stated he was going to veto Medicare for all if it came across his desk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this ain't, he's going to perpetuate our wars. I'm sure he's not going to bring the troops home. Columbia, don't get tangled in that microphone wire. But, you know, I'm like, I want someone who represents me and my values, which Biden doesn't do even slightly. So, you know, and I was like, I'm not wanting the perfect here. I'm just wanting good enough. And Biden doesn't qualify.
Yeah, moo.
But
Okay.
but he didn't, for some reason, he kept saying, so you're letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'm like, no, Biden isn't good. That's the point. Biden isn't a good. You know, I'm letting the good be the enemy of the kind of shitty. I don't know. Communicating that concept to people that Biden is not, like, just because he's better than Trump doesn't mean he's actually good. It doesn't land for so many people. And it's weird to me that it doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, well, whatever.
Moo.
Hey there, Columbia. I'm glad you're willing to be a lap kitty again. For a good long time, it felt like she was hurt that I'd brought home Xander, and she would not sit on my lap. She would not lie on the bed. She, like, held herself aloof, is the best way to put it. But she's starting to warm up again, so that's good.
Yay. Many much yay. Yay.
So, but man, she has put on so much weight. I hope she's like, I mean, I know she's fixed, but I hope she didn't end up pregnant.
Why was she broken?
But no, she's like really heavy and kind of gigantic. I'm trying to find the picture I took where she honestly, like, when she's sitting down, she looks like a small cat sitting inside the back half of a large cat.
Okay, yeah, I saw you showed me that picture, yes.
Yeah, I'm like, gee, what has happened to my kitty? My cute little, like, kitty, who's, what are you now, 14?
Man,
Something like that. I'd have to go back and do the math.
That's entering that thin ice phase, yes.
Mm.
Well, my Miranda died at
there we go.
15. What?
You look at her right there. You see her front half and then her back half, and she literally looks like she's sitting inside one of those, like, you know, those hand muffs that you have in wintertime. You know what I mean? I mean, look at that. This is a fat ass kitty.
And yeah, I keep getting reminded, and I keep forgetting. I have actually got to pull out the bathroom scale and weigh the little one. I'm just curious to how much she weighs. I'm guessing that she has not topped 7 pounds, but you never know. I may be surprised.
Well, I don't know. I could try doing that with Columbia. I guess I would have to pick her up, step on the scale myself, let her go, and then do some math.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, you basically tear the scale with your own weight, and that way you get the kitty's weight. And were I to put the little one, were she to sit still on that damn scale, she wouldn't register. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I've mentioned it before, I've lost a shit ton of weight in the last, like, couple of months. I'm hoping to get back down to what I weighed in high school, because if I manage that, hey-oh, I'm going to be one sexy bitch.
Wait a minute.
Well, okay, from the neck down I will.
You weren't weighing as much as I. I mean, when you say you lost a shit ton of weight, um, have you lost 40 pounds? I find that hard
Oh.
to comprehend.
20. 20.
Okay.
And I've got 15 more to go to hit that goal.
Okay. Yeah, so you want that weight. I remember being at that weight at one time. I don't
Mm.
I don't know that it's achievable for me now, but I wouldn't mind 180.
Well, I'm telling you, weed and caffeine, that'll do it.
Okay, because there was one point when I was about 22. My weight was always around 190. And then suddenly, I dropped 25 pounds. I mean, I dropped it and I didn't see where it landed, and it must have rolled off somewhere. So here I am at 165, and it's feeling really, really, really good. That lasted about, 2 years. But then inevitably I gained it all back and then some. But yeah, at 165, I felt really, really good. I wouldn't mind 165 now, but I don't know whether it's achievable or not.
Well, I mean, I was worried for a few minutes there because rapid weight loss can be a sign of some pretty nasty illnesses.
Yes.
But so I felt really good when I found out about weed revving your metabolism and, of course, introducing caffeine back into my system, which is an appetite suppressant. Plus all the VR I've been doing, I think can be forgiven for losing 20 pounds in just a couple of months.
Okay, then, yeah. What's really interesting over here is that my weight has followed the Stephen Jay Gould punctuated weight loss theory here, where you'll lose 5 pounds and then you'll stay at that weight for whatever period, and then suddenly lose 5 pounds, and then you're at that weight again for some period. And I've gone from 140 to, depends on the time of day I weigh myself, it's somewhere between 200 and 205 now. I was amazed when I discovered that Aaron Ra and I weighed the same back in July when I was in Kentucky.
Amiga nuts, yes, weed will give you the munchies, but it's still revs your metabolism, so it doesn't matter that much. And also it's completely false munchies. It really is. I mean, I looked it up, and it stimulates that part of your brain that says, I'm hungry, but you don't actually need food.
Mm-hmm.
It's like one of the few downsides I can find about marijuana. Have you noticed how it seems to be this like weapons grade wonder drug that it does just about every damn thing, and you can make clothing out of it?
There you go.
And it's like, well, and of course they have to ban it because it gets you high. And as I understand it, the only reason they even banned it in the first place was largely to arrest black people.
Yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
So, I mean, humanity's so goddamn stupid. I hate humans. I really do.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to hate there. Oh, well, what are you going to do, I suppose?
Oh.
Oh, my, we're coming up on 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I guess we're coming up on 10 here. Wait, no, 10. What am I talking about? 8.
Yeah,
8.
there you go.
All right.
3
I
hours
can't-
difference.
I can't brain tonight.
I don't know. The circuitry, the battery's running down. That's it.
Hmm.
Oh boy, boy. But yes, as far as all that goes, and we're just going to see what happens. I'm starting to chomp at the bit here, hoping that everything will work out tomorrow. We're going to have to see.
What's tomorrow?
Supposedly that's when the monitor and the cables for it arrive.
Oh, that. Okay.
And that's when I can really get to work.
Yeah.
Now you remind me, that's something else I want to make within the next week or two, I suppose. Black bean soup.
Why?
So I can eat it.
But why that?
I haven't had it in a while. I like it.
Why?
Because it's tasty.
Okay.
With the black
You say
beans,
so.
with the black beans and the carrots and maybe a little bit of celery and the limes, cut up and put in there. And I leave out the sour cream. I'm not one for the sour cream on the black bean soup, but otherwise, you're doing pretty good.
I kind of want a bowl of 3-bean soup.
Oh my, okay. Sounds tasty.
You know what 3-bean soup is?
I forget which 3 beans. I think there's pinto beans, great northern beans, and what else is there?
No, none of the above. It's a vanilla chai latte. Or no, sorry,
Oh.
vanilla soy latte. Vanilla beans, soybeans, and coffee beans. A vanilla soy latte.
Okay, then move beef.
Ugh, Columbia, why do you do that? Okay. It's not her fault, really. But the power button to my VR machine is on top of the machine, and she keeps stepping on it and turning it on.
Okay, I know that feeling. I think we've discussed this before. What I did, because Sylvia would get atop this machine and turn it off, actually. She'd be up there, and then all of a sudden on the screen I see, do you want to suspend this machine? It's like, no! And then other times she would turn it on. I've got it under a shelf right now where she doesn't have enough room to get atop it.
I've been in the middle of a VR game, and she stomped on the power button. And, I'm not just playing by myself, I'm playing against other people on the internet. So all of a sudden, my character just disappears.
I don't know. Oh my, is that anyone we know?
That would be Xander.
God, he looks like he's from another planet.
He's a cute little monstrosity. He really is.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, I've really, really liked when I've had the households with multiple cats, but it just hasn't worked out here.
I wish I could get them to stop fighting.
Move.
I mean, the weird thing is they behave for a little while, but then one of them decides to get salty about it and starts taking swipes at the other one, and it's not always one way.
Okay, then.
So I'm mildly irritated about it, especially since all the websites I find that say, here's how to stop cats from fighting, all give advice I've already tried or can't do.
Okay, then.
Like where the hell do you get cat pheromones anyway?
I'm assuming that there would be cats involved, but I don't want to go
Okay,
into
let
the
me revise what I
methodology.
said. Where do you go to purchase cat hormones?
Oh man, I don't know. Okay, now you've got me wondering. Okay, this is what you do. Okay, cat pheromone spray. Okay, that's about as close as we're gonna get. Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. Okay, okay, feel away or something like this. It looks like a brand name. Mimics the calming facial pheromone that cats release when they rub their faces on things. When sprayed on items at nose level, it can help cats in the vicinity feel more calm and reduce territorial, stress-related, and negative behaviors. It appears that one can find this stuff at Chewy.com for one.
Chili?
Chewy, as in,
Oh, Chewy. Okay.
yeah.
Sure. All right. So
I mean,
Does-
whether
does-
or not it does
with
what
the
they say it does, I don't know. But oh god, I love that.
though picture.
Loving that picture.
Did you say loving or loading?
Loving.
Ah, well, how about this one? Ah, not what I meant to do. All right. Well, yeah, Cinco de Mayo.
Oh boy, she
It's
boy.
yeah.
I
Well, you know
totally
that
forgot
is
about
today. So
that. Oh my! Well, you've got a few more hours to distribute that. Yeah, it's almost.
oh, I don't
Cinco de
have to.
Day
It's
here.
all over Facebook. It is seriously all over Facebook right now.
Okay, I haven't been there very much. Just enough time to load up the program, and that's about it right there when you come down to it.
Well, my dad just started using it again after like 3-4 years of not. It's a little weird having your parents on your Facebook. Because, sometimes I want to not so much talk behind their back, but talk without the need to edit myself.
Yeah, moo. No, I would not be able to handle it, really. Were the slimy bastard still alive, internet savvy, and found me on Facebook?
Were they internet savvy?
Not at all. They actively opposed such things.
That's just weird.
Yeah, it's the one time they visited in Homestead. See the computer. What? You don't need that. What do you need that for? Can I talk to a friend of mine? Yeah. What's his email address? And he looked at me. If looks could kill. Yeah, anything beyond what he knew and understood and used was the devil. Yeah, absolutely.
I forget, did we have this conversation or not about how, how some people get to like 6th grade or 8th grade and then go work at the mill with Pa?
Yep, we have indeed.
I don't need none of that book learning.
Right, that's an attitude very prevalent here. This is one of the features of a mill hunky. That yeah, I don't need no 8th grade. My pap will get me a job at the mill, which of course doesn't happen anymore because the steel mills aren't what they once were. They haven't been what they once were for about 40 years, but they don't get that. They don't see that their world, the world as they see it, is dead. It's gone.
Well, that's the thing is sometimes I feel like my generation was the first that genuinely embraced change, where generations before us feared it.
Okay.
And obviously this is a climate, not the weather thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's always exceptions. But the point is that, like a lot of us looked at what was coming and said, bring it. Where before a lot of folks were like, I don't understand this. I want nothing to do with it. This is changing my world too much.
A lot of it may or may not have had to do with the pace of the change, where even some who may have wanted to keep up with it couldn't. Changing from a largely labor-based, manufacturing-based economy to a service economy where you actually need some of that book learning. Turn a lot of them off, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember growing up with a book called You Will Go to the Moon and looking forward to that shit. And I remember being the first kid in my class to have a computer and thinking that was awesome. I remember the first time I heard about the concept of virtual reality, and I was like, gimme, 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 gimme. Right?
Okay,
Whereas a lot of people in my parents' generation were like, I don't understand this digital phone. How do you dial it?
Oh, hi, Purple! Yay!
Oh, it's Purple here.
Yeah, he just popped in. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
surprise,
still going.
we're still going. How long have you known us? Surprise, we're still going.
Oh God. Oh, what was it that
Oh,
what
actually,
was it
hold
that
on.
you were
I
just
found
saying?
the absolutely most perfectest meme for what we were just talking about.
Moo.
So give me a sec here. Present now. A window. Go.
Oh, okay. Now, okay, I'm gonna have to go over here. Yeah, there you go. And oh my word, I actually heard that sentence. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen a couple of other memes going around where it's like, here's all this stuff, this math I need to do, and boy, I sure am glad I learned advanced algebra. That's really served me in later life. Yeah, glad. Thanks for that when you could have been teaching me how to do my fucking taxes instead.
Okay then. Oh man, but yeah, when you're talking about the phone thing that you were, the male slimy bastard, one of his favorite expressions is, "That's just wrong. I don't know what that is. That's just wrong." So if he didn't know what it was wrong. Yeah. And I'm glad he's not around to say that anymore.
I don't know. I think if I was around someone like that, I'd be forced to taunt them with it. Although what's kind of funny, I admit, there are some things that have been lost in this day and age where watching people who weren't around for them try to use or cope with them is actually quite funny. Like there is a video that someone posted in the Bionic Dance Facebook group of present day 14-year-olds trying to figure out a rotary phone.
Oh my word. Now I don't know how much of that is staged or what.
Well, they sure seemed boggled by it.
Yeah, I could imagine that they wouldn't know what to do with it, but I don't know. It's also kind of, well, no, it's not difficult to believe, come to think of it, that they would not have encountered references to such things. But, okay, if you are of a certain mind or whatever, you don't go looking for things you don't know. So maybe they would not have seen things that were, references. So who
Still,
knows?
though, I mean, like they were starting at like the 0 and trying to move it like, oh, I'm trying to dial a 5. I'll move the 0 up to the 5 and then let go. But then like halfway through the video, one of them was like, but why are there all these other holes? Oh, it was like this moment of I mean, maybe it's because I grew up with a rotary phone, but it seems so bloody obvious to me.
Yeah, and then you've got that whole finger stop thing going. Like, okay,
Yeah.
what would this be for,
It's weird watching people boggled by something that seems so obvious, but whatever. I'm sure there's things that I'm boggled by that are obvious to other people too. Although one thing that goes around a lot on Facebook, at least, I don't see it as much on Twitter, is like pictures of stuff from multiple decades ago and saying either if you recognize this, you had an awesome childhood, or if you recognize this, you're fucking old.
Oh, I've seen quite a few of those. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and a lot of them now are from the 80s and before, but still. Although there's one that's been going around that honestly people should know what it is just because it was used in a very recent and very popular movie, and that being the car cigarette lighter.
Oh, yeah.
Because at the beginning of Deadpool, he uses it on a bad guy.
What, he says fire to him that way or something?
No, actually, he stuffs it in the guy's mouth.
All right. All right,
Yeah.
now we're talking.
Okay, you've, along with The Princess Bride, you have got to see Deadpool because it's fucking amazing. Just the opening credits for Deadpool. Like, I was watching them going, oh my gosh, we are in such good hands here. Right? Like, I knew right from the beginning. Because, I mean, it starts with, like, a film by some overpaid douchebag, is the way it's starring a pretentious tool, a British villain, a CGI character, and all this stuff, written by the real heroes here, you know, things like that. And the whole time, it's doing this, like it's not a still frame. The camera is moving around an action scene in 3D, but it's paused at one moment in the action. And it's absolutely brilliant. Just the opening credits, when I was watching it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be such an amazing fucking movie. And it did not fail me. Deadpool was so good. I mean, I'm not even a fan of superhero movies, and I loved it.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah. Moore's Law. Okay, yeah.
Motherfucker? What?
I think I see Amiga
Say,
Nuts.
say that word again.
Moore's Law.
Oh, okay.
He's referring to something Purple said above. 1982. Everyone laughed at me when I said that in 20 years computers would be as popular as TVs or common.
Yeah,
I
there's a
was-
lot of things like that people predicted that are coming to be today like that.
I was a really lucky kid. Yeah, I was writing computer programs that actually did useful things in 1970 at the age of 13. So yeah, I'm quite lucky when with that one. It's part of my love for the field is that I started so early, if you will.
Amiga Nuts, one problem with Deadpool 2, though, is if you hadn't been watching a bunch of other superhero movies that are all interconnected, there were bits of it you kind of had to figure out on the fly. Like I only vaguely know who the hell Bane and Juggernaut are. So it took me a while to know who the hell are these people that suddenly showed up in this movie.
Well, that's one of the things that makes me a little leery of watching films. For example, let's say Film X. You got to see Film X, and it's okay. But what do I have to see? What other films do I have to see before I can even begin to understand what Film X is all about? How many
I mean,
of these?
It's not as big a deal if it's not the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Okay.
I mean, the Marvel movies, yeah, you kind of got to see all, 17 of them to understand, like some of the later ones. But the first Deadpool movie, you kind of don't have to. They lay out the story pretty thoroughly. It helps to know who the hell the X-Men are, but it's not necessary in any way. Whereas in Deadpool 2, you kind of got to know more.
Yeah, and I have to wonder too. I mean, okay, if they do, they do. That's, the business model, and be that as it may. How much of that is they're trying to keep the DVD revenue and the Blu-ray revenue and everything else coming for the people who come in to the picture now, where they need to understand, 15 films that were shot 15 years ago. So now you have to go buy all the DVDs and you have to watch all the films, and now you can understand this one. Yeah, okay,
Well, and a lot of it is just plain old fan service, and a lot of it is butts on seats. Because they figure if you're a comic book fan, you're just gonna go see all of these movies no matter what.
I guess there have to be a lot of those comic book fans then, right, to keep the box office revenues
Well,
coming.
There are. These
Okay.
movies make like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay then, sounds.
Some of them literally make more than $1 billion.
I remember a time when, $1 billion in one place was quite a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, I remember like 1 million was the goal. Have you seen, I didn't like Austin Powers, and I know for a lot of people that's blasphemy, but I didn't enjoy it. But there was that one scene where Dr. Evil had been unfrozen
I
from
know the scene
cryonics
you're
or
talking
whatever, and he
about,
goes,
yeah.
I will take over the world unless you give me $1 million. And his henchman's like, we made like $3 million in the last week.
Mm-hmm.
That thing. So yeah.
Yeah, it was for my first communion in 1964. In the cards and everything else, family members would give you the money and all that stuff. And by the time all that was counted up, it was like $100, and that was more money than I thought I ever would see in one place at any one time. And now I'll spend $100 on groceries.
Yeah.
$30 a week to feed a family of 4 back in 1965. Can you believe it?
Well, I'm not greedy. I'll take just 1 million.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, what do I want here? I want like a good car, a good house, a custom house, and I can't think of anything else I desperately need that's a high-ticket item. Just the car and the house.
Yeah. I mean, I was just thinking of this sort of thing over the past couple of days, and even as regards personal transportation in a personal residence, I'm not even thinking all that high. I mean, a little bungalow would be just fine as long as I had a little bit of a yard. I could have roses, and everything would be great.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. When I say a custom house, I mean a fucking custom house. I mean, like, seriously, a really cool sci-fi looking custom house.
Mm-hmm. I mean, really,
I want my house to look like I'm living inside of a space station, damn it.
Really, I mean, there's only me and Sylvia, so really all I would need would be, let's see now, a kitchen, a studio, a library, maybe a living room, I don't know. Maybe a bedroom, not necessarily necessary. Storage space I would need, I'd want that. And I'd be happy with that as far as that goes. A lot less than what it would have taken to keep me happy, say, 40 years ago. Because I was working on the plans for a residence that involved 5 interconnected geodesic domes. So yeah, things have been whittling down a little bit, and only because of what am I going to use?
See, I want this.
Oh my, it's kind of pretty actually.
You know? Or this, or that, or that, or that. Actually, this is really cool. Or that. You know, I'm not asking much, just this.
There you go, Purple.
Like I say, I want my custom. This is awesome. You know, that bed is so cool looking.
Yeah, it are actually.
I've got some ideas in mind. I love this. I love this.
Wait, what are the round things? Are those bedrolls or something?
Looks like it.
Okay.
But yeah,
Wait
you
a
know,
minute,
like
wait
I
a
say,
minute. Is that a
What?
Target bag? It
Where?
looks like it has a red bullseye to the
are you
right.
talking about the droid?
Oh, there we go. It looked like a bag from the Target stores.
No, that actually, I'm pretty sure that's what's his name, BB-88 or whatever the fuck from the new Star Wars movies. This is really cool right here. I love this. I think that might be from Mass Effect. Not sure. Oh yeah, it says it right there. Mass Effect 2, CryEngine. Yeah, that's Mass Effect. So yeah, you know, like I say, custom house.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh, okay.
You know,
So
and the
Petunia
DeLorean.
ripped you up, huh?
But you know, honestly, if they put this like permanent UBI through, it won't take me very long to afford a DeLorean if I want it. And I know that that would make me exactly what they want to prevent, you know, which is people just being lazy and using the money for frivolous shit. But if they're going to give it to me, I mean, right now, I live on very little money and the rest just goes in the bank. So, like, if I decide to take 6 months off of YouTube, that's about how long it would take me to run out of dough.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And the way I can see it, what it would essentially be 6 months worth of groceries and cat food, right?
Mostly. I
little
mean, I
else.
might buy myself a few presents, but still. Like, there's a bunch of stuff on my Amazon wish list that I'd probably get. The thing is, like, and I might have mentioned this before, I spent a long time not in this situation. I spent a long time where, you know, I was living on like $500 a month, tops. And most of that went to rent for a very small studio apartment. And I was sleeping on a beanbag chair, right? And because of all that time spent essentially poor, I developed a lot of instincts for not spending money on frivolous shit. Like I was lucky to get one drink a week at the club, maybe, right?
Mhm.
And so I don't know. It's like now I look at frivolous shit that I can totally afford without even feeling the cost and agonizing over the decision to buy it.
Yeah. Okay, now this is something I have to watch myself when you're talking about things like living cheap and all this other stuff. I know that I shouldn't be thinking things like this, but I look at the other people in this building, and they have their alcohol to get them plastered, you know, every day, every week. They have their marijuana and all this stuff, and they're crying over what they can't afford, what they don't have. And I'm sitting here saying, well, I'm not saying it to them because that wouldn't do any good, but I'm thinking, well, if you didn't have 5 beers a day, would you have a little bit left over? I know that I'm not supposed to think that, but I kind of can't help it, really. I'm a little bit alt-right when it comes to that, I suppose, and I don't know how bad a bad thing that is, because God, when was the last time I went to a bar? Oh shit, at least 4 years ago. And
Well,
I
I
haven't
mean,
had the desire, for example.
what I don't understand at all is how the hell do people afford to smoke like 5 packs a day?
There's the other
I
one. Yes.
looked at people like they take out their pack of cigarettes and there's how many in a single pack, and you're smoking 5 of those a day? That's crazy to me. How
Yeah,
can you
that's-
even do that?
That's 4 days of smoking depending on what you're buying, and I can guarantee you that the very cheapest brands are not the highest sellers around here.
Well, I mean, that's not even my point though, is like how do you smoke that much in one day, and how do you afford it?
Okay, well, to answer the first question, there was a time when I was at least 4 pack a day Camel smoker. So
Mhm.
that's a carton of cigarettes every 2 days. As far as the cost goes, I could never afford to smoke anymore. The only way I was able to afford to smoke is I did not buy the cigarettes at $8 a pack. I went to the local tobacco store and bought a pound of tobacco in a bag for $30. And that would last me about 6 weeks, smoking a pipe.
Still, but I mean, I'm even just wondering, like, how do you find the time to smoke that many cigarettes? I mean, how long does it take to smoke one cigarette? Probably a while.
A few minutes
Right?
at least, yes.
And I mean, how many breaks are you taking at work? How many are you smoking at home? It's got to consume so much of your day.
Well, there was a time when I did not have to take breaks at work. I'd sit there at the keyboard, doing my programming stuff, smoking cigarette after cigarette, because you could smoke in the office. And this was a while ago, mind you. The offices are non-smoking now.
Well,
and
okay,
there's
but
no way
how
I
do
could
you do it
that.
now? I mean, because you hear about people going out to the smoking area to smoke a cigarette, and it's like, really? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
I don't get it. It seems logistically impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm glad I don't drink. I'm glad I don't smoke. It saves me so much money.
Yes. Now wait a minute. Be mindful. What are you saying when you say you smoke? I love that. You smoke short ones, about 3 to 5 per cigarette. Please decipher that for me. Translate that into a language I speak. Are you saying that 3 to 5 minutes per cigarette? Is that it?
Oh, that's another thing. When you're a non-smoker, but your significant other is a smoker, kissing sucks. I mean, because you can taste the smoke on their breath, and it's grody.
Mm.
Ugh.
Okay, chain smoke 20 hours straight to smoke 5 packs. Pretty much what I did. I was never without a cigarette. Really and truly. The only time I was without a cigarette is when I was asleep.
I wonder how much of it is like some weird, like, oral fetish or
Some of it is,
whatever.
yes. Some of it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather have a box of toothpicks. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
And what's really weird is they make pacifiers for adults. Did you know that?
Oh, okay. Is it up to the adult range now? I know that at one time you could get pacifiers for, say, 25-year-olds. So the age is increasing
Are
as time goes by.
25-year-olds not adults?
I don't necessarily consider a 25-year-old always an adult. Yeah.
Fine, but I mean, people who are physically fully grown, okay?
Yeah, and yeah, I knew about those. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just weird to me. Although I did see an article a while back that said, wow, brain not work now. Oh, right. The reason why when we're working on something and it's keeping us super busy, we tend to stick out our tongues, is actually because the tongue moves around so much all the time and we're not even really aware of it, that to concentrate, we have to still the motion. And that's why we stick our tongues out, to make them still.
Okay, then.
Yeah, and I was like, that makes perfect sense, actually. It's kind of like turning down the radio when you're trying to figure out where the hell you are in the car.
Okay, yeah.
It's an added distraction you don't need. That's all.
Oh, boy. I will say, though, yeah, trying to navigate in an automobile alone, God, that's shitloads of fun. Fun I'd rather not have. Because you've got to divide your attention between the map, whatever form it takes, and the road, where people are coming at you in the other lane, and you would really like to not achieve contact. That sort of thing. Oh my.
Oh, that's why I'm so damned tired. I got 3 hours of sleep last night.
Oh no. Oh no. That's a bad thing.
Yeah,
Very bad
well,
thing.
I might have done it to myself. I'm not sure. But it might just be that the book I was reading to read myself to sleep was too interesting.
Oh, I know what that's like.
Yeah.
And that's how I read Mostly Harmless.
I'm going through the Vorkosigan saga again, and, they're really good. So maybe I should stop trying to read myself to sleep with those. I'm saying, because there is some, sci-fi out there that it's not boring, but I can read it while I'm falling asleep.
Okay, then. Moo. Yeah, I really can't read anything while I'm falling asleep. The act of reading keeps me awake. I can listen to an audiobook while I'm falling asleep. That's no problem. Or something like that. But yeah, the book, nah. Moo.
I saw a picture on Facebook that amuses me. Hold on, let me pull that up. Did I really close my picture sharing software? What's wrong with me?
Wait,
Present
Amiga.
now, a window, and go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Oh my. Okay, Amiga. Are you saying what I think you're saying, or are you saying what I hear you say when you say I read manual pages? Because the first thing I think of is the Unix systems. like man one move, that sort of things. Back when you used to get the Unix manuals in a form that could be printed.
How much of a manual do you really need for that? I mean, just lop their balls off and you're done.
There you are. Yep, pretty much. Oh my! I remember. It was when. Oh, when we have.
Yeah.
Oh my. I remember back when, yeah, you used to get manuals with your systems.
I remember when you used to get manuals with your video games.
Mm-hmm. When I worked on the PDP 1140, we were running RISTIS, the Resource Time Sharing System. The manual, printed pages, was 4 feet long. It was on one of those racks with the metal plates on either end and a crank where you cranked it and it closed. And that way, if there was a fire, the manual didn't burn. Only the edges singed a little bit. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I still refer to the man pages.
New York State is having their primaries again still, instead of canceling it.
New York State is having a primary now.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if Bernie is still on the ballot, but...
Oh, my. Hello, Stephen. Hi.
Sorry, I had to interrupt with that because that's killer news.
Yes, it are. Yeah, I did not like that thing about calling off the primary. I mean, if anything, turn it into, mail all the ballots in. Well, of course, the GOP doesn't want that because you do that and that demonstrates that you can. And therefore, more places might do that and they don't do well when there's a lot of voting. Move beef.
Yes, Snurgleplex. And that ought to be a real number. Snurgleplex.
Okay, yeah, why not?
And you know what else? The Murder Hornets would be a great name for a band.
Yeah. Oh my, oh my.
After watching Biden deny Reid's claims, 1 in 4 Democrats want a different nominee.
Oh my.
And that's probably enough to say, get the fuck out, Biden. You're not going to win.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is really going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, this could, depending on the way it's handled at the top level, either result in something of an improvement or hand the election to the fascists.
Well, I don't know. I do know that there are a lot of people who are not voting for another neoliberal blue dog dino, corporate stooge.
Yeah.
I know I won't.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's time for the DNC to relax their grip a little and let us have some progressive change.
Indeed. And Amiga, that is a very important point that you bring up, is that the mail-in voting would not be possible without the USPS, which the GOP is trying to kill. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, you got a lot of shit going on here. What do you have here? Okay, what? Okay. I have my glasses off because it's hard to
I'll
read.
just read it.
It's hard to read either way.
The gray says nobody represents us, once again being asked to vote for the lesser evil. And then the blue is Democrats. The purple is the 2% of Republicans who might have cooled on Trump. And then the red is Republicans. And Joe Biden's pointing at that 2% and going, these are the people we need to reach if we want to win.
Yeah, BS. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. It's how it's felt since at least Trump. Like, since at least 2016.
Oh, yoy.
Okay. I really should go get that food.
Food. Food is usually a good thing. I mean, you do need some of it periodically in order to keep the wheels turning and keep the machine going and stuff and things and.
I don't know. Like, okay, I'm seeing this one picture here, and it says, I see people driving alone in their car wearing a mask, and I wonder if they lay in bed alone wearing a condom. I'm like, if you're out in public, or you might not want to have hazmat up when you're getting out of the car. You might want to do it as you leave your home. It makes sense. It really does, to drive around in your car with the damn mask on so it's there when you get out. It makes sense.
Yes. Moo.
Every now and then you find a meme where it's just like, really? The logic here, like, it may be funny to you, but the logic here is awful.
Oh my. I'm just wanting to give it all up anymore because okay, call me what is it, a pessimist or whatever, but Michigan State House and where's the area in California that the protests were taking place, and then we're in all that stuff where you've got armed bands of rebels, and that's the way I see the entire country going. So, and I don't know if it's possible to stop the downslide.
Well, the problem is that too many people need to be saved from themselves.
That's the thing, yes. And when you're saving a person from the harm of a person, the hardest person from whom to save someone is himself.
Well, I'm not even thinking of that. I'm just thinking of like the people who have given in to their Trump derangement syndrome, where they think that beating Trump is the single solitary thing that's necessary. Never mind what the next president's going to do in office, but we have to beat Trump. And I've never actually been able to get one of these friggin' people to address this question directly. If I were to resurrect Hitler and run him against Trump, would you vote for him? And if the answer is no, then stop being blue no matter who, you dumbass.
I have seen that question answered. I have seen it in print, and the answer was yes. There are people out there who have said they would vote for Hitler before they voted for Trump. I'm not sure they knew what they were saying. I'm thinking they were too fucking stupid to know what they were saying. They just wanted it to sound like, how bad would something be before I'd vote for it over Trump. And what they ended up saying was, yeah, we will gladly shovel this whole society into a hole.
Well, I mean, it's like people have no vision. They have no long-term vision of what the results of their choices will be.
Oh yeah, well
And
that's
And that's the problem. And it's the same mentality of the people who are like completely ignoring the pattern of the Spanish flu that's repeating itself right the hell now, where
Mhm.
people are making all the same mistakes as last time.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's like, you point this stuff out. You've heard me talk about Phil, right?
Yes.
Where you
Yeah,
got all
Phil
the
is that
people
guy.
making stupid decisions, and Phil's at the back of the room going, guys, and they're like, shut up, Phil, and they keep on screwing up. That's what it feels like watching all of this unfold, is being Phil.
Well, Homo sapiens is not especially known for long-range planning.
Or rational behavior.
All
This is one of the
right.
reasons I'm convinced my birth parents were from another goddamn planet.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, definitely, Purple. Yeah, you cannot get elections to change on a national level. They are controlled by the individual states. If you want ranked choice voting, start pressing your legislature to implement it. And understand, if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'd like to be wrong, most state legislatures in the U.S., if I remember, are Republican dominated.
Depends
So-
where. See, but well, part of the problem is that those flyover states have way too much power
Oh, yes.
for
Yes.
the amount of people in them.
Well, try to
You
get
know,
that to change. That
It's
has
like,
to.
people need to not have that much influence given how few people you have there. It's just fucking unfair.
Oh, absolutely. Try telling that to a person who presses to retain the Electoral College. Because they keep going on about the coasts. You see the maps with half the people in the country live here, and their areas about this wide on each coast. Do you want those areas to have that much representation? And half the country is half the country, asshole. No matter where they live.
And I mean, yeah, it might turn out that the world, or rather the country, starts moving in a direction you don't much care for. Well, then, start fucking like bunnies if you really want the population to start voting your way.
Yeah, they'll have to wait too long for that. Well, Purple, the other thing is UPS, FedEx, and Amazon think they want to see USPS go down, but they are not thinking about letter deliverer, which none of them do. They also make use of USPS for some of their package delivery. Yes, dear.
I see a thing from thehill.com. Judge orders Sanders and others to be reinstated to the New York primary ballot.
Yay.
And I hope that the backlash against the primary being canceled and the sex allegations against Joe Biden will just make Bernie landslide New York State. I really hope.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Oh, and I see all this stuff about Tara Reid's allegations not being worth anything and that whole thing. Okay, let's say you disprove every one of those, every one of her statements. What about the other 16, or is it 26 or whatever, who have allegations against Biden?
Well, not to mention all the pictures we have of him being extraordinarily handsy, sometimes with children.
Yes, and I like that one. Yeah, a whole bunch of people. I'll turn my lights on if I feel like it. I can imagine there might have been some of those.
And if instead of a plague we had people being shot at, I'm willing to bet that all these right wingers would follow directions. Like, to them, guns are sexy, diseases are, you can't see it, it's okay. Like if they could shoot the coronavirus, they'd be a lot happier, more willing to obey, I think.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, am I wrong?
No, I don't think so. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, I don't see exactly when you came in, Doorknob. Yes, I do. And I forgot to say hi. Hi!
wait.
Pull, bang, virus down. There you go. Weren't that
Right.
easy.
Wait a sec. What did I just do? Oh, never mind.
Did you
Okay, no
broke it?
problem.
Did you broke it?
Sorry,
again?
I am looking on Amazon for something I need because the kitty litter scoop I have is broken. I think it got stepped on or something.
Oh no.
And now that I have 2 cats, I desperately need another one because they have 2 litter boxes. One is the one that you tip and all the waste falls into a little drawer,
Oh.
you know, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
kind of, but the other one's just open, right?
Mhm.
And the thing is that I'm not sure which one of them has decided which box is their favorite, but they're both using both of them, I think. I'm not sure. Cats are weird about their litter boxes. Like they're territorial about them, but only when it suits them.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I mean, you know, regardless, I need to be able to scoop the kitty litter. And the scoop is like the handle snapped. So,
Which reminds me, thank you, I need to buy kitty litter. I'm not out at this point, but one more fill and I will
I've
be.
been out for years.
Say again?
I've been out for years.
Oh, okay.
You did it. It's funny, damn it, laugh. Right. It doesn't work that way. Not unless you're the Goblin King. Please tell me you've seen Labyrinth.
I have not seen Labyrinth.
You'd like it. It's got David Bowie in it.
I was going to say, I know that it's got Bowie.
Yeah, and Jennifer Connelly, and you know, actually, Danny John Jules, the dude who plays Cat on Red Dwarf, is in it. You don't see him; he's the voice of one of the puppets, but still.
Oh, okay.
You've never seen Red Dwarf, have you?
Yes, I have.
Oh, wow.
I've got a
Okay.
copy of it here, yeah.
For once, man, our fiction doesn't overlap as much as it ought. You gotta watch more sci-fi over here. And fantasy. Have you ever seen the movie Willow?
Why does it sound vaguely familiar?
It's fantasy. It's got Val Kilmer in it and Warwick Davis in it and Joanne Whalley, I want to say is her last name. But one of the people in it, the dude playing Willow's son, is Mark Vanderbrake, who's one of the producers of the Atheist Experience down in Texas.
Okay, then.
Yeah, nice guy, really nice. I met him at one of the conventions. Fun to talk to.
I cannot say that I've seen it, but I may have to.
Well, you can say that you've seen it. You'd just be lying.
Right.
Well, and the thing is, though, it's I can recommend much better fantasy. I hate to say it. I mean, as much as it's not directed by Spielberg or Lucas, it clearly has their scent on it. And around about that time is when we started getting out of that Goldilocks zone of good writing and special effects converging, and it was starting to be all special effects. And Purple, I know I've played Nuclear War, but I don't remember it. I've played Illuminati. I don't remember Nuclear War. I'm gonna have to look that up. Nuclear War card game. Just looking at it will make me remember, I'm sure. War card game. Yeah. Oh, that. Okay. Yeah. I haven't played that since like the 90s, but I remember it being decent. Is there a way to play it online? Oh, yeah, that's right. Billy Barty. I forgot about that. Gene Marsh. Gene Marsh played, if I remember right. No, I'm thinking of someone else. Never mind. Gene Marsh has played a lot of really evil characters, though. She has been witches and sorceresses and this, that, and the other thing. It's kind of like why can't I remember her name? Who played Ursa in Superman 2? Oh, I should know her name. She was also Deathwalker in Babylon 5. Oh, that's gonna bug me. Fuck. Yeah, Jean Marsh. What else have you been in? I think. Oh yeah, Willow. Blah 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 blah. Oh my gosh, your filmography is long. Wow, she was in Doctor Who. Okay, fine. Looking up Superman 2. I should know this woman's name. Oh, that's gonna bug me. Seriously, I'm gonna kick myself when I see her name. Ursa. Sarah Douglas. That's why I couldn't remember. It's super generic, that name. But she's played evil characters about as much as Jean Marsh has. I think I've only seen her play a good guy like once. I'm just saying.
Okay then, yay. More beef.
Anyway, I am going to go get food now, so I will catch you like the plague. Have fun. Don't, get caught.
We're gonna give it a try. You take care, honey. And if you feel like it, like I say, I will be doing a rogue broadcast between now and Sunday, just to test out the other equipment, see if I can use it. If you feel like listening and running by, please do. If you don't, that's okay.
Twitter at me so I know.
Nah, bicycle. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, you take care, hon. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, so it's just down to yours truly over here, and there we go. Just get one of me on the screen, and oh my God, it's 10 minutes to midnight in this time zone. I don't know, but yeah, I think I'm gonna fill my coffee cup and do just the tiniest little bit of prep work here, and then hopefully I'll get stuff tomorrow. God's deliver it tomorrow and let me receive it tomorrow. And we'll take care of that stuff over there. And in the meantime, I'm going to say, as I always do, I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. And I love doing this for you guys. I really do. Yeah, there you go, Purple. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's really great to be appreciated. I don't have a fan base of hundreds of thousands of people, but having a few of you guys around who really like to have me around for some reason. I mean, there's no accounting for taste or anything like that, but that's what makes it worth it. I mean, you guys are really demonstrating that for some stupid reason you like me. So I'll do the Sally Field thing that Jim Carrey parodied, you really like me, holding the thing there. And yeah, there you go. In Doorknob Head, I am planning. I've got some of the stuff set up already. It's just a matter of getting it worked into the closings and everything. But we're going to fool around with some new music for closing, maybe even opening. So I'll just leave it at that. And over the next few weeks, maybe we'll have some stuff in there. And I don't know, almost 10 p.m. over there. What are you suggesting that I come out and tuck you in or something, or what? I don't know. Oh my, and yes, I love doing this. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When I started this, I didn't expect to do anything and didn't expect to go anywhere or anything like that. It's just put out a film or two, and whoever saw it, and whoever didn't. But I got into the community. I mean, you guys can blame Johnny Drive-By for that. He's the one who discovered me. And then we had a few There are a few names. The Godless Iowa and Mrs. Snarky got me involved and interested in everything else like that. And some of the people I've mentioned, we don't converse much anymore, but I do remember them fondly. And I hope they know that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And aside from that, what I suppose I will say is thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.